Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. 'Tis I, Captain Madlove, coming at you live and in person. How is everybody out there? I see you out there, Dark Virtue. Hi, Juju. That's the only two people I see at this point. I do, is this, hi Trader, wow, it's early to see you out there. Early to see you, how are you doing? Hi Ishan. Is the scrolling something that we're gonna be able to fix?
Scrolling what?
You know, the chat where it gets stuck.
I
just need to know because it's not. Hobbies for happiness. Oh, how was that possible? How did you do that, Hobbies? We're supposed to be. You're not supposed to be able to do that. Oh, you're still working and lurking, huh? Well, I'm so glad that you popped in, Happiness. So you're not supposed to be able to subscribe anymore, girly. You got to go over to our Patreon, sweetheart, because we don't want Twitch to continue. Yeah, I know it's sneaky because it's supposed to be. We dissolved our affiliate with Twitch, and we got our notification, so we won't be receiving payouts anymore. So you might just want to pop in there and cancel that and pop right on over to the Patreon, doll. Geek can shout that link out. You're sneaky. Geek can shout that link out for you, and you can go in there and you can do that over there because we're working on a goal. Yeah, right, I know. And the thing that I want people to know while they're here, you guys got to remember, I will be alerting people as much as I can, but you want to check on that subscription because Twitch continues to charge you and just takes your money. Yeah, it doesn't even give the captain any more of it at that point. Go figure. Isn't that weird? Like, you can subscribe to me, but they're gonna take your money. What are you gonna? You're not. You're gonna go over to Patreon and you're gonna subscribe on Patreon, Trader, and we're still gonna have rum. We're still gonna stream here. We're just gonna have our giveaways right now are going through Gleam.io. Hey Wavy, how's it going? Yeah, Hobbies, just go ahead and cancel that and pop over there into the Patreon, and we'll be doing our updates over there and everything. And Geek has a way to be able to make sure that if it's a subscriber only, that the Patreons are informed and included. So the Gleam.io is a really easy way to do it too. I know, right? That's Geek seems to think that. Yes, Trader. So we're telling everybody to keep your eyes peeled so that you can cancel it and then go over to our Patreon, so that Twitch is not just taking your money for no reason. I know, right? I know, right? That's what I was thinking too. Or either that, or maybe they refund people, but I wouldn't trust them. I really wouldn't. We're going to be working on these squigs, and before we get started, so for those of you that are our regulars that are out there, I'll probably be saying this a lot today. I am really glad that you're in here, Hobbies, because I got an email today, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to make the whole stream or not. We'll see how it goes. But just before Christmas, I visited a special friend of ours, Forbias. And I gave Forbias Lord of the Butterflies that he won when we did the fundraiser, and he gave me a gift. I didn't get a chance to show you guys. Good afternoon, aspiringly. This was gifted to our ship by Forbias. This is Mac Forbias, the battle turtle. When he attacks other ships, it's called the Mac attack. Hi, Turbo. So something that I thought was kind of weird that happened was that we had Geek's birthday and Forbias never showed up. And the reason that Forbias did not show up is because Forbias is no longer with us. His house caught fire on the 28th of December, but they made it out of the fire. Fabius had to go to the hospital, and he didn't survive. Yes. So that's why he wasn't at Geek's birthday, and I knew that there was something wrong, and I was going to get a hold of him, but then I found a note that was in the messages that come from my my business Facebook are not very good. They don't get to you very quickly, and it was about 5 days old or a week old, and it just showed up this morning. So there's that. Yeah, we became friends really fast, and when Fabius won his first prize on the channel, we actually went and had lunch with him and gave him his prize because he lives here locally, and that's kind of how we bonded and became friends. And so yeah, I just, 2020 was a really crappy year. Just such a crappy year. There's just so much that I just and I just didn't know if I'd be able to do a whole stream, because there's going to be a lot of repeating myself on that one, and I'm going to miss him. I mean, he talks to me, just in chat personally. We talk, and he always tries to pop in to the channel. And his sister, his aunt, he and his aunt lived together. They both had health problems, and they helped each other out. And she reached out to his sister-in-law and said, be sure to contact Captain and let her know. Yes, for bias. Happiness. Thank you, Trader. Thank you, Misko. So I was gonna try to finish these squigs today. I don't even really know. He had a lot going on, so I don't really know at this point what happened totally. I just got brief pieces of news. I was really glad to hear that his aunt was okay, and that, that was, the whole thing is not good news, but it is good that she survived. And yeah, so that's the story on that. And it's just kind of a lot of weight.
Tell me the name of the turtle.
The name of the turtle is Mac for Bias. Goodbye, Millite. Yes, he was kind to the channels. No, I know. I thought maybe it might make me feel better just to kind of get it out, and for I also feel like it is my responsibility to tell the community, because he was personal friends with me, and I don't know how many other people in the community he was actually IRL friends with. We visited him at his home, and we had lunch with him. It's not like we knew each other for a long time, but we've known each other for a couple of years, and I was his real friend, and his aunt reached out to tell me, and so I felt also like it was my responsibility to let everybody know that he was no longer with us, because, he was a great member of the community. And so I felt it fell on my shoulders to let everybody know. I just wouldn't want you guys to find out, like on some Facebook blurb or something. You know what I'm saying? I want you guys to know from somebody that loved him, and that his aunt did survive. And I'll get the rest of the story in a few days. I know the family is unhappy right now, and things are very strange for them. I totally understand how they're feeling. So space. I passed all my information on to his aunt so that she could make sure that, to his sister-in-law, so she could make sure the aunt got my information, because of course all of the information on the sticky notes and everything that Fabius had for me were all missing, so they were around no more. Thank you very much, you guys. I will let his aunt know. Yes, he really was. He did, and actually, I don't know that he actually passed because of his health issues. I won't know until the family gets a hold of me again. the house burned down. They survived it. They got out and they made it to the hospital, but Fabius didn't survive at the hospital. So it could have been injury, it could have been smoke inhalation, it could have been, you know, it might not have been actually his health condition that took him. Oh, of course I will, Turbo. I feel like it is my responsibility. No, not right now. I'm working on a little project, and we'll talk about that in the future. In the meantime, we're just gonna try to focus on what Fabius would want me to focus on, because he really tried to help build the community and the channel, and we kind of had a thing going for the future, and I want to really focus on that. And that just starts with our viewership. Right now is really all about our viewership and getting ironed out these multi-platform streams. I think that I know I talked to him about it, and he was very much proud that we were expanding, doing something different. Thank you, Malite. Thank you very much. I thought about painting on your lovely little lady today and doing some blending, but then I thought maybe my head might not be in the best space to be working on this little lovely. Yeah, we lost a member of the community, Bad Paint. Fabius passed just after Christmas. I just found out. The message that was sent to me just popped up today. It is very sad. He was very much a very big part of this channel. You know, many a times where he just would watch this channel and laugh at what everybody said in the channel and in his recliner, and just, you know, he was just getting back to painting again too. So what I am gonna do is the last dragon that he was working on, just to let you guys know, one of the things I am going to do is that last dragon that he was working on. You remember the one? I am going to find that dragon, and we are going to paint that, you know, for Fabius. I'm going to do that. And then he also had very nice things to say, because we went out before Christmas to deliver Lord of the Butterflies, and he had very nice things to say about Brush for Hire's Lord of the Butterflies. Yes, I'm actually, Fabius was very grateful about what we did in the community for him at a time that he needed it. And I actually have another member of the community that I'm thinking about making a fundraiser for, kind of like we did for Fabius, but we're going to do it for a different member of the community. I feel like Fabius, he was really behind me with that, and that was something that
where's the kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
He was really inspiring support in reference to that. And so I think maybe that might be what I do in the future to kind of keep it going. You know what I mean? Something that's different and really focuses on people in the community, like directly impacts people that you and I participate with, you know, like doing something for family. I will find it. I will find it, Millite. I will find the name. I will find the name of the dragon, and that's what I was thinking. It's big enough. It's big enough for everybody to. And I would like to make like a little placard to go with it, you know, with the names on it. He was survived by his aunt and some other family members. Hello, AJ. Hello, Dave. Fabius is no longer with us. Hello, Use Your Wood. Yes, Turbo, it was. And actually, his Instagram is Mech Fabius, and we can probably find that, yeah, December 28th, Dave, on December 28th, the house caught fire, and he and his aunt survived the fire. They got out and made it to the hospital. I don't know all the details. I just know that Fabius did not make it. I will know the rest of the details later, but the family's going through a lot right now, and I don't want to press them. But his aunt knew me. She had met me because we'd gone over to the house, and she told the family to be sure to reach out to me and let me know, because he was friends with me. And just today, a note that she put out on like 4 days ago that she sent me just popped up. I know, right? Yeah, it's we're gonna do something special. We're gonna do something special, and we're gonna do a community project. I'm gonna keep going in the future as we move forward. We're gonna keep For Bias's memory alive by doing small fundraisers that impact our community members directly. That's what I want to try to do. I just have to figure out how to work it out. And also, just to let you guys know, some really huge news that just came down the turnpike for me. I can't say who or what. I can just tell you that one of the not so small con owners, you know, the cons, the miniature cons, one of the not so small con owners reached out and contacted me. They've shifted over to a charity based institution and will be talking to me probably next week about what we're going to do with them in the future, which should be really fun. I'd like to do something for vets, you know. For Bias was very much about that. Yeah, well, being a vet, you would be. Thank you, AJ. Thank you. When we get the name of that dragon, we will, Dave, the last dragon that For Bias was painting on, that if you could send Geek the name. You can whisper me and I'll tell you whether or not it is Wavy on the subject of. Is that it, Turbo? Let's take a look at this one Turbo has here. No, bad paint. I specifically have to speak to who reached out to me first.
He's saying he is a president of the 5013C.
Oh, okay.
So if we wanted to do donations, we do publish.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. That is it. That is it, Turbo. Okay, that is it. Okay, so that's the dragon that I'm not going to do anything today, but we're going to set it up. I'm going to get this dragon, and what I'm thinking is maybe a little bit of a community project. Might take a little mailing it around. Mailing it to the UK is going to be really difficult, so maybe we could have one done in the UK. I also want to talk to Reaper about it, so I'm thinking maybe the UK can do one, and then we can do one, and we'll have the UK version and we'll have the US version. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that, Paint Done Worse. Thank you so much for reaching out. I do have one of the cons that's talking to me right now about actually helping. I don't know what it means. I told him you're going to have to like get back with me, and you'll have to forgive all the puffiness and the red eyes and everything, you guys. I've just been crying and crying. I mean, I'm trying to get ready for you guys, and then I found dog hair from Bartok, Geek's Chihuahua, which then Bartok is gone, which reminded me that my cat is gone, which reminded me that my bird is gone, which reminded me that Hammy's getting old. And I mean, it was just a lot. It was a lot today. It was just so much today. Today was a heavy day. Yes, Dave, you know what? I almost did, but I wanted to try to have this stream. I really did feel like it was up to me to tell everybody. I really did, because his aunt reached out to me directly and she knows me personally, and I felt like I didn't want you guys to find out generically. I wanted you guys to know from somebody that loved him. Oh, thank you, Wavy. Thank you. Wavy, because he's streaming right now, would you do me a favor? Could you go tell Brush that he had nothing. He was so excited when he got the box, and he opened it right there in front of me, and he had nothing but wonderful things to say about it. He was so excited to get it. He absolutely loved it. Let him know. Yes, Millite. And it was 2020, so it was like the tail end of 2020 that happened. I just didn't get the message. She sent me the message 3 or 4 days ago, And what's really weird is your business page on Facebook is very slow. I don't know why it doesn't give me, I don't know if my alerts aren't set right or what, but I don't get my alerts on the business Facebook page for days. I just, it's been a lot. And lots of hugs to you, Millite. Excuse me, guys. My system is just a bit overly stimulated. So this is that dragon that Turbo posted is I think we'll do a community project, and I'll talk to somebody in the UK. You know who I can talk to who would probably be interested in participating is Studio J and Green Eyes. I'll talk to them and see if they want to start the roundy round over there. You send it to me. You look what I got. Look what he gave me. When I went to give him the butterfly lord just before Christmas, I got a Christmas present from him. This is Mac Forbias, the battle turtle. He belongs to our diorama and our ship. When he attacks other ships, it's called the Mac attack. And when you call him from the front of the boat, you yell the name Forbias and he comes to you. Isn't he beautiful? Hi, Pascal. And he told me if I wanted to paint some shiny glitters on him like sand and stuff from the ocean that I could. So he didn't varnish him in case I wanted to put some shiny glitter effects. And I wasn't going to, but I just might do it for bias. I just might. Isn't he? He is. This is for biases. I didn't paint this. Pascal, one of our crew members passed away at the end of December. A very big part that he impacted the community a lot. Gave a lot of subs in many channels. He was a big supporter of the artistic community. And this was a gift he gave me for Christmas. I got this 3 days before he left. Well, yeah, it was just before. I think it was Christmas Eve we actually went over. Hi, Gallifire. Hi. So... we're getting some, I have to put his name in my line of paints when we get those developed, but in the meantime, maybe we'll name one of the brushes after him.
That's a good idea.
Yep, I'll name one of the brushes after him. I can name one after my dad, too. Thank you, Dave. Thank you. And I don't know the details, but I will. I promise you guys that when I get all the details from the family, they're supposed to determine whether it was his health condition, or whether it was something else. But you know, I mean, the only things I can think of is either an injury, his health couldn't take it, or maybe he got smoke inhalation and his health still couldn't take it. For brushes. The for brushes brush. Yes, thank you. That was a gift from Forbias. And we're going to do a community project with the dragon. We'll have to see. Maybe we can do a thing where we can paint several of them and then auction them off in the world for some really good fund or something. He was really grateful for that, and I'm thinking that I still have to talk to his aunt, but he was working on that kidney project, and that kind of wasn't working out for him. So at least if nothing else, I hope that it left his aunt enough to take care of what she needed to take care of for him. But like I said, I will be in touch with her. She just needs some, I mean, I can't imagine that was like her every day, all day, every day buddy. you know, they were friends and relatives, and so I'm sure she's having a rough time of it. I like the name for bias. I do. I like the name for bias. I think that that would be, we could name, and you know, in general, for bias did like to paint larger models more than he did the tinier models. He was always choosing, you know, like when he chose the chibis, he chose the bust, and he told me he liked to work on them a little bit bigger, and he had glasses and eye things. So I think maybe like a size 6 brush will go with something a little larger, because he liked to paint larger spaces. I will totally, Dave. I will totally. As soon, I've sent all my information her way, so somebody should put her in touch with me soon. So yeah, let's finish these squigs like a frog. What do you say about that idea? I don't mean to bring anybody down, and I didn't mean to come here with a bunch of sadness, but I really felt like it was up to me to let you guys know. I know I wouldn't want to know generically. It was a friend, a member of his family reached out to me. She didn't want me to find out generically, and I just wouldn't want you guys to find out generically either. So I felt like I had to buck up and say, okay guys, this is what's happening. The for bias filbert. Oh, the filbert, that's for overbrushing. We use that for overbrushing, Dark Virtue, and that is one of them that we will definitely be making. Oh, that's a good one for bias filbert. I like that. Is there a, hold on. Dark Virtue, in our Discord, we have Merc ideas. Could you put the for bias filbert in there for me, so that for bias plus filbert equals for bias? Oh my goodness, it does? For bias equals filbert plus for bias. Fill bias. Oh, fill bias. I just think that for bias filbert would work. And excuse my sniffles, you guys. I will take some Sudafed for it here in a little bit. Oh, those. Where's my frog? There he is. There's my frog. You are correct, and I think that if for bias had a choice, he would want it to be me telling the crew anyway. I was kind of like, well, I don't know. I think everybody's going to be sad about this, so I just couldn't be selfish and not say anything. But there might be tears and running makeup, so we'll just have to like yes, the flag on the ship is, it would definitely be at half-mast. It would. Oh, I really didn't want to have to do a whole lot of that, though. You know, I really kind of thought that, you know, things would just be this calm, the calm ocean for a little while. Calm seas for a little bit. Let's see. I do have to find... Oh, I cleaned them all and put them all... Look at me. I don't even know my own desk. I cleaned all the brushes and put them away. For bias filbert, that's a nice idea. No, I think we should ship it. We can ship it around the United States and then ship it out to the UK. Sorry, thinking out loud. Yeah, you leave it to the sailor to put that flag right where it needs to be. So yeah. So I have these two little squigs. I did get their legs the wrong color, but I'm gonna fix that. So yeah, I thought maybe we'd have a I got a little, did I get a private message from oh, that's right. You know what, Wavy, you're gonna have to come at me. There he is. No, Wavy, but please tell me more. It won't get any farther than me, you know it. Oh God, that dog in her pajamas is priceless. I'll tell you what, now I know. Here's an interesting thing I want to tell you guys, though, that's really kind of creepy. So I've been having this really weird reoccurring nightmare for about a week. And I keep getting up and obsessively, compulsively checking things like the stove, the dryer. I've been having these dreams that the dryer caught fire. And like the other night I had to go back and check the dryer and pull everything out of the dryer and then take half the load, because I usually run the dryer when I go, you know, as I go to bed. It'll be the last thing running. And I've been having these really bad dreams that involve that, and it's the weirdest thing, about a week. Not only that, but Hammy's been following me around like she was a little dingleberry for about a week. So oh, use your wood. Thank you. I was going to talk to you. I was going to talk to you. And when I have a chance to kind of wrap my mind around it, just give me a few days to wrap my mind around it. I need to give his aunt some breathing space also, because sometimes when something is so close in and so painful, I can say this from personal experience, we're not very receptive of something that others are trying to do that's nice. Just to let you know that sometimes people, their mind is not settled, and so I want to give her some space to breathe. I know that I offered, when my father passed, I offered to buy personal urns for everybody so that all the ashes could be, you know, in everyone's home, and it didn't go over very well. At that moment in time, it did. Later, after I canceled the order and decided that was really rude of me and I might not should have said that, then his wife came to me and said, by the way, I really liked that idea, and this, but she just wasn't in a headspace right then. It was just too much. So I know that you're busy. I actually was going to order her Christmas gift from you, used for wood, before the thing with my father happened. But now I have to re-decide what I want her to get, because now it's not the same gift as it was going to be, because it was going to be for them, but now it would just be for her. I know. And if you don't hear anything from me in a couple of weeks, use your wood, just reach back out to me. And I want everybody out there to know, if you have a subscription with the channel that's reoccurring with Twitch, that's reoccurring, cancel your reoccurring subscription with Twitch and jump on into our Patreon. We have a Patreon equivalent. It's 50 cents cheaper, and the boat gets more money. So this is gonna, I don't want to see your card. My understanding is that Twitch will continue to charge you, even though I have dissolved my affiliate status with Twitch. So that's a thing. I just want to let you guys know that, so that you're not, you know, because we are at the end of December. Now we're into January, and we're officially shifting over to Patreon. So just double check. Iffy, sweetheart, thank you so much for dropping in. I really appreciate it. It was nice to see you. I'm sorry for all the bummer news, but it was my job to let everybody know what's going on with the crew. I appreciate it. Maybe I'll see you after work if we're still here. You are welcome, Turbo. You are welcome. I just want everybody to know that. That way, everybody's keeping an eye out for that. Much better to be on our Patreon. We're working on the things with our Patreon, kind of getting things ironed out. You should still be able to use some of the stuff that we have here on Twitch. I don't remember what it is, though. I can't remember anything right now. So here's our little squigs. And if you remember, oh, hold on, let me bring him back up. We were doing this. Yeah, my chest feels painful. All right, Iffy. Excellent, excellent. I'm going to come in here on the legs and get a little bit more of the, like on the frog, a little bit more of the legs colored in with some of the teal. I thinned it out a little so that the orange will show through, which will create a really nice kind of brown shadow with this complementary color. Man, this has been a rough year, you guys. I mean, seriously, it's been a rough year. And I keep keeping some of the orange kind of peeking through on the foot there. Hi, Studio J. It's going pretty good, mate. It's going pretty good. We're working on it. We're working on it. We were just talking about you a few minutes ago. We were. So we lost a crew member. We lost Forbias, Studio J. He is no longer with us. He passed on the 28th of December. I just found out this afternoon myself. And my face looks like I got hit by a skillet. I've been crying so much between that and my grandma a year ago and my dad. And so 2020 was for Bias and my dad. So, hi, Midnight Terror, honey. Yeah, it is. He's a lot of people that are part of the crew today. Their first subscription was from Forbias. A lot of the people that have been in here for like well over a year, one of their first subscriptions was from Forbias. Do you want to see something lovely though? I'd love to show you. Studio, we're going to be working on a, I'll let you know, we're going to be working on a community project for him. I have a way of keeping his memory alive, but before, just before Christmas, I went out to give him the Lord of Butterflies from Brush for Hire, which he, hold on, I'm sorry you guys, there's nothing I can do about that right now until the studio changes. I realize that's a real, hold on, let me see if I can. I've tackied it like 3 times. It doesn't want to stay because of where I need to keep the camera. I know. Oh, Midnight, you're so sensitive, honey. I adore you. So this is Mac for Bias, the turtle, Studio J, and he was painted for the diorama that we're creating for the ship and the crew and everybody. We're building the new studio right behind me, and we're working on the pieces for the diorama. This is Mac for Bias, the war turtle. And when he attacks the other ships, he has his treasure down here. And it's interesting because he has several rum barrels. And when he attacks the other ships, it's called the Mac attack. And when you call him from the front of the boat, you holler out for Bias, and he comes. And he's going to be part of our diorama. So just before Christmas, actually, I think Christmas Eve, we went out to his house and we dropped off Lord of the Butterflies from Brush for Hire, and he gave me this for Christmas. And that was the last time I saw him. The good news is that, I mean, if there is any good news in that his aunt is still with us. And apparently, you guys, he told his aunt and his sister-in-law all about this crew and all the joy that being here with you guys brought him. Because his sister-in-law was telling me on Facebook that we brought him a lot of happiness. How are things going with you and the family over there, studio? I heard from a beautiful wife recently, so I know that she's doing pretty good. We are painting a squig like a frog and trying not to cry. Isn't it though, Dextrose? Is it really for bias the I just think it's great that so much happiness, and he used to send me messages regularly that you guys were able to bring him so much happiness during such an uncomfortable place in his life. That is truly amazing. Oh, flying. Okay. This is the last night off for you. Well, you know what? I'm sure that there's a lot of people out there that have missed you, my friend. And you know I'll try to pop in. It's really nice to see you. I miss the ability to hang out in some of those streams. I tell you what. Let me see. We were using. Oh, sorry, you guys. Let's see if we can maybe canter that a little there. Telling you what. Oh, I'm so sorry, Wavy. I know your bestie, right? Seriously. It just that I'm telling you. It's cool, Studio J. I get it. Geek would like to set up the new foundation for the channel where we take the holidays off. Yeah, Wavy's in the midst of it too. I actually have well, my girlfriend who has the big C, Wavy's doing pretty good. She's doing pretty good. In fact, they're planning to come out and see us. Well, they want to wait till fall. We're trying to talk them into coming out in the spring. I'm really sorry to hear that, Wavy. It has been a run, mate. It has been a run. Not a pretty year at all. I didn't even know what to name the stream. I was like, Geek is like, well, what do you want to name it? And I said, I don't know. Just technically it's Tuesday. That's what we're going to put out there. They'll have to make sense of it. I don't know what else to say. Oops, off camera. Hold on. Let me bring it in a little bit. There you guys go. Better. And oh man. And as if that isn't bad enough. And you know, I don't. Okay, I don't like to, but it does explain part of it. I got the results in from the doctor on the spine, and it's not good. They can't repair it, so they're sending me to.
Yeah, I found an alternative operation where they basically put spray foam where your cartilage used to be to realign that thing. So. Yeah.
Wait, who? What? Oh, that's awesome, Dave. That's awesome. I know Midnight Terror is such a sensitive soul. You really do remind me of a niece that I have. She's sensitive like that. I mean, I'm pretty sensitive, Midnight, but man, my niece is like, oh, I adore her. And you remind me a little bit of her because you have that really sweet, sensitive note about you. I'm kind of not really talking out everything I'm doing, but you know what, today, if you guys have questions, just initiate, okay? It's a big long video out there on this guy getting all the colors laid down for the frog theme. And you know, we had to get okay, hold on, let me back out a little. Okay, let's try that. And in layers. Now when you go over the orange with this last part of the green, you get, like, you know, good shadows that are a very good greenish brown. And we kind of build the layering a little so that when we come in here with the more vibrant colors, so now we're going to need like a more vibrant teal. So my thought is that to get that vibrancy, it'd probably be a good idea to go with a little bit of yellow in the teal. Yeah, Dextrose, it could be. Hey, Blade Mark, how's it going? Okay, Studio, take it easy, my friend. Thank you so much for popping in. It was nice to see you today. It really was. I appreciate it. It's nice to see you, especially on a day when I'm roughing it, man. Say hi to my sweet wifey. And hugs to the little goblin. That's good, because we're gonna come in with another color. But you see how that overlapping kind of gives it that little bit of and then when we come in with the black, mind you, we're gonna do the black circles and it'll be over both colors. So it's not necessarily black spots just on the green or just on the orange. It's big black spots that kind of dominate all over. And I accidentally, when I did the wash, I lost his gum line. So I guess I'm gonna have to go back in there and do the gum line last. Because as you can see, not so much on the light side, but you can kind of see where I lost his gum line a little bit on the outside there. It's not quite as fleshy looking. It kind of ends up matching up with the orange. And like that was the same thing on this guy. I got a little excited with the wash, and it's a little too orange. See that? That was more pink. I'll just come back in and highlight that later. All right, let's see. Now we're gonna go in here for some real bright orange. And I'm gonna hit the areas that are lighter. I'm actually going to come in and get all these little spots in a special color. I haven't really decided yet what color to make the spots. The frog doesn't have spots like this guy does, so kind of pulling that lighter orange towards the area where I want the most highlight to be, and using the side of the brush to the back of the body there. Yeah. Now it really looks yellow in my camera, you guys, and I'm really sorry about that. I did not just smear yellow all over this guy, I promise. That is 100% lighting. That is a very, it's a bright orange, but it's really a lot more dull than that. So I don't know why my colors are doing that. That looks terrible. Yeah, it looks like I'm painting blotches of yellow all over it. Boy, if somebody was not asking questions, or if I didn't notice that, you'd go paint this and be very upset with me. Be like, what in the hell is that supposed to be? Oh, is that your dad, Blade Mark? Thanks for asking, Dave. Do we have any way to fix this color, Geek? This is pretty bad.
I can try to mess with the LUTs. I can try to add some filters.
Do you see it?
Oh, it's not focused for now.
Is that a focus again? I can't seem to get it in focus exactly where I'm painting it.
We need to get a new...
There. Can you see? Well, yeah, but you can still see the colors even when it's out of focus.
Yeah.
If you look on the screen, this is what color it is.
Holy crap.
Yeah, Geek's just over there thinking I'm just painting this like shit, that's all. He's just like, oh, yep, she's lost her mind. So I was kind of pulling the paint. Oh, that's getting a lot better. That's looking a lot more like the object we're painting there. That's looking a lot better.
Okay.
Still a little bit yellow, but definitely better.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, okay. So you guys, this is yellow.
Yeah, okay. Yellow.
Orange, you like it? Disco squig, right? We do have some disco necrons, so wouldn't be completely out of my wheelhouse, right? All right. That's pretty, nope, that's still really yellow. Are you still working on it? Yeah, that's really yellow. Because this guy doesn't even have his highlights on, but you can kind of see them. You have bad news and good news. Oh, I don't know if I can take any more bad news today. Hi, idiot painter. Do that again. Do that again. I'm gonna get, let me see, I want to see what those two equal. Oh, that's a, yeah, no, whoa. These guys just became muted. All right, we're gonna take a wee bit of yellow, which I'm gonna add to the jade. A nice bright yellow. Oh, actually, you know, I was gonna use the pale yellow, and then I thought maybe that would mute it too much and give it too much of a white look. So I'm gonna use the regular yellow to see if I can get right up in some areas. It's just a bit of a brighter teal, and I think if we just go a little, adding light blue, then you kind of go towards that muted, you know, where it becomes desaturated. Yes, I think so. I think so. I am mixing with an ugly brush, by the way. Yeah, that makes my palette look wrong too. No, actually, see the palette, don't you guys ever wonder, you should ask me that. Why is your palette a completely different color than what you're painting with?
Is that closer or?
There, well, that's pretty, wait, hold on, let me get this guy. It's a little too bright, meaning like the colors are really bright orange, like a traffic cone, whereas they're really not that color. But as you make it darker, you're not taking the brightness part away. You're just deepening the color of the brightness. If that makes any sense whatsoever. All right, I'm gonna wait on the shadows on that, and we're gonna come in here. The first thing I gotta do is fix the orange on this guy. So, you know, if anybody has anything that they're working on that they'd like to share with me, I'm down to do, you know, look at a few. If you guys want to like put, today it's Tuesday, you want to put a little something in the chat and share with others. If you want to share your socials, please do. And by the way, did we get a shout out for Jay when he came in?
No.
I want to make sure that we get a shout out for our Jay. Jay is part of our family, you guys. He does Foam Fridays, which is really cool. I think, you know what, today is not, I don't know, was he doing like a Terrain Tuesday also, Dave?
Blade Mark did shout out.
Really, Dave? Thank you, Blade Mark. That is so sweet of you.
Good news is I've been put on a promotion team to promote a cross-platform, everyone invited. I don't understand that.
So I'm just kind of pulling the lighter color to the center of where the most light will be. Or up, forward, backward, whichever direction the most light will be. Geek does not understand that, Midnight Terror.
Squig Day.
A squig day? It is a squig day. Oh, good. Bye, Dark Virtue. Thank you. I hope everything is okay with you, mate. Keep in touch with me about that project you're working on out there. And you're very welcome, mate. Is today D&D day? Yes, so are you still working on it, Geek? The color?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out how to fix it.
So just so you guys know, Geek's still working on the color. He's figuring that out right now. Just so you guys know, I'm not actually painting this super iridescent, crazy color. Dark Virtue, thank you, mate. Thank you so much.
With a little brush lesson last night. Oh, I didn't leave that out.
Oh, you are so welcome. Anytime, Dark Virtue, anytime. And like I said, as you're doing your hunting, please feel free to link me. Sometimes it says what it's not. You are totally welcome, and I really greatly appreciate it. I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to painting with you, mate. And seeing your creations. This is going to be great. Dave, I'm really sorry to hear that you haven't painted this year. I know it's got to be rough on you, especially as much as you love to. For some reason, I thought I'd seen something really recent of yours.
How's that looking?
Still super. Here, let me give you one to put. Can you see it? I'm going to give you one to put on your desk, and we'll work on this other one. That way you can see him up close. Mouse. Sorry, I can't read the chat.
Okay.
If I don't have it.
That's fine.
There's just no way to keep up.
Camera. Target.
Camera. Oh, my camera. I'm like, I was about ready to tell Dark Virtue, hey, Dark Virtue, your camera.
No good, I can't maneuver.
Stay on target.
We're too close.
Stay on target.
Is it plugged into the side? At the bottom? There you go. I heard it click.
It's plugged in one spot. Hang on, guys. Hang on. Yes, that's plugged in. And yes, it's plugged in 2 places. Sorry about my baggy pajamas, you guys. I had to wear something comfortable just to be here. Oh wait, I thought it was a question mark. On February 25th, we are trying to flood platforms with any medium art with squigs. For real! Why squigs, Midnight Terror? Why squigs? Yeek is fixing it, you guys.
Theoretically.
I'm gonna come back in. Oh, Dave, you're very welcome. What?
So I was holding the button down when you pulled the mouse, and it just dropped the brightness. There was nothing wrong with the camera. It just turned the brightness all the way to 0.
Oh well, yeah. Now we're a little closer to real color right now. Oh, you mean before?
Yeah.
Oh wait. Okay, so we're a little. It's a little brighter than this. What are we doing? What are we doing out there? Hello, Paint Monkey. How's it going? Exactly. Wrong button. Yeah, it wasn't even me this time, Dave. Yeah, that's close. They're a little bit brighter, but that's a little bit better. That's better than it looking neon yellow. All right, so now I can kind of come in here while while Geek's got the other one he's using as a comparison. And so the areas where the two colors come together on the frog, we're gonna have spots on him, and I'm gonna do on the side that has the light here. I'm just gonna do a little bit of a lighter green right along the edges like that. So we'll get a little bit more of that green in there. I did use a little bit of yellow in with the teal so that it's more of a light teal green. See there?
That's pretty close.
What I've been doing is just leaving the mouse on it and then scrolling every so often. Midnight, you should make a little announcement out of it that's a photograph and put it in the Discord for me, and then I can share it. So are we just, like, it's not on one particular channel, it's on all the channels. What day of the week is that, my dear? That color's a lot better, don't you think, you guys? Don't you think that matches the palette better?
Here's your squid.
Oh, I got my squigs for Christmas. Look at this. It's my big squiggle. I've been wanting that one for a long time. That's why I'm kind of practicing a little bit with the colors on this one. Well, thank you so much for that follow. I greatly appreciate it. We are building the crew and the community, and it's always nice to see a new face in here. If you have a picture of what you've been working on lately and you'd like to share it with the crew, please feel free to drop that information in the chat. We'd love to see what you're working on. On Technical Tuesdays, usually I talk out the paint that we're doing. And I teach a technical thing. Right now I'm blending two complementary colors onto the same miniature and doing some shadowing effects and some highlighting effects. What we're working for is this guy here. So you can kind of see the likeness there. I think I need to get that vermilion popped up a little. I saw Princess Squiggles, Blade Mark. I did see her. I commented on her. Ooh, Marvel Crisis Protocol. Oh, I need to get some superheroes in this coming year. That's kind of one of the goals. Also, you know, painting a little faster is one of the other ones. I was not in the same frame of mind earlier today as I am right now, but yeah, no, you can, we like superheroes too. We like all the minis in this channel, all of them. Display pieces, superheroes, Warhammer, stuff that's just people's artwork off their own personal, you know, 3D prints and art. Val Under the Red does that. He creates his own 3D rendering and then prints them right up in his studio. We like them all. Yeah, Dave painted a few of those. Yeah, we'd love to see them. Don't be shy. We don't judge unless you ask. And this is a really good place for people to get a lot of very good input about if they have, like, you know, who knows? They could be the one that sets the bar in here, or they could be the one that just shows up and needs a little push in the right direction. The crew is very kind. All right, so we got some of that light green mixed in with the teal green. It's working. Let's take a look at the. Yes, Lady Deadpool is definitely one of the goals that where's my squig? Oh, squiggle. So you can kind of see the difference there, right? You see the dynamics coming out. I haven't even done a whole lot of shadowing. All I've done is on this one is build these really bright highlight colors more so. Yep, Lady Deadpool. We gotta do something about that Lady Deadpool, don't we, Midnight Terror? And we gotta finish your Headless Horseman, too. Captain had a moment. The Headless Horseman and I, we had a moment. It was the first thing I picked up and tried to do some painting after my dad, because I thought, you know, it would be inspiring and I would be inspired, and because he likes the Headless Horseman. That didn't work out very well. I was too sad. So the Headless Horseman got the horsey got a new, nice, beautiful black wash so that it looks really nice, and I have to pick it back up again. Oh my God, Stinger, you are such a butt. We were just talking about you the other day. Oh, well, fifth player. I am sorry, your name is so dark I couldn't even see it. Hey, Bobcat, how's Pickles? How's Pickles? Not yet. Not yet. We checked the P.O. box just recently, though, but I haven't received him yet. You know, everybody says that shipping is shit. Shipping is shit. It's crap right now. Happy New Year's to you too, Bobcat. Bobcat, we're here today doing not so technical painting, a little bit. I'm kind of talking it out with the crew. I thought it might actually make things feel better. So we lost a member of our crew. We lost Forbias. Forbias passed on the 28th of December. His house caught fire. He made it out safely. He and his aunt made it out safely, but they were taken to the hospital, and Forbias did not survive. Back to your Velasics. I'm sorry, Bobcat. It is. I got a Christmas present. I saw him on Christmas Eve. I got to exchange the Butterfly Lord from Brush for Hire, and he gave me a beautiful Christmas present. Look at this guy. Everybody's going to see this about 100 times tonight. This is Mac Forbias the Battle Turtle. Where did you hear that from, Miss Holly Monster? Who got a hold of you, my dear? Okay. Yeah, this is Mech Forbias, the Battle Turtle, and this is painted by Forbias. On Christmas Eve, he gave this to me as my Christmas present, and I didn't have I have to paint his ship. He wanted a cook. He wanted to be the cook on the ship, so I have to find just the right cook. Orc must have been out there. He must have been out there. Yeah, I wasn't gonna stream, but because his family contacted me, Holly, because we are friends IRL, I felt it was my responsibility to come tell everybody so that you guys could find out from somebody that loved him rather than generically, you know? Well, hang tight, Midnight. Hang on. Let me see what Holly is. My chat's a little bit wonky, Holly. We're working this out. There she is. Okay. Well, there is somebody I'm gonna contact Jimmy and Avelina myself this evening. And MD. Which one's MD? Oh no, I was gonna contact the UK this evening, Dave. I was gonna type something up. Is Miniatures Den live right now?
Oh, Mike Disney.
Oh, Mike Disney. No. I felt like I had to face the crew first, because when his sister-in-law contacted me, you know, it was specific to something that Forbias calls the crew. So I figured I should let you guys know first, and then anybody that didn't make it to the stream, I could, you know, go out and tell them. Dave, can you pop in there for me, please, and represent me? Can you let them know that I sent you? And I'm sorry to bear the bad news, but I want them to find out from somebody that loved him. I think it would be better. Can you do that for me? I don't want a bummer on his stream. And if you don't think it's a good idea to say it, like blurt it out to everybody, just send it privately to Avelina. What do you think? I don't want to just blurt that in somebody's stream. I don't know if that's a good idea. It's pretty heavy. You know, I'm not that guy. What do you think? Who is that?
Stu.
Oh. Yeah, private message. Can you reach out to Dave really quick? Yes, thank you, Dave. Yeah, I don't want to just like, I'm not that guy, you know. So just private message up Princess and Jimmy for me, please, and let them know I was going to contact them this evening. Yes, that's a good idea. I like Blade Mark's idea. Send it to Princess, and then just let her know that I was going to contact her this evening, but you're letting her know now. That way, it doesn't end up being something where somebody blurts it out in the stream. And anybody else, if we have anybody streaming right now that you know that For Bias spent time in their stream, thank you, Dave. If you guys, we want private messages, and please let them know that the captain is sending you. And please private messages, okay? I feel like it's a really, just to blurt that out, it can be kind of heavy, you know? I mean, even his sister-in-law was really apologetic because she said, I hate to tell you this like this, but I have no other way to contact you. And she sent it to me in a Facebook message, and she felt really bad about it. And I was like, oh no, don't feel bad about it. This is how For Bias and I kept in touch. But I do need to check in on his aunt just to make sure that everything is okay with her. Yes, Nalindy, that's correct. Okay, thank you, Blade Mark. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're going to do something community-oriented for him here. I'm going to set something up. We lost For Bias, Stinger. He was one of the main mates aboard this ship from the very beginning when I first started streaming. He's been a crew member for 2 years, and he's been a big member of the community in general for a long period of time. And on the 28th of December, he passed. Yeah, it is. I look like shit, like my makeup's been running and my eyes are all swollen, and I just felt like it was the right thing to do, to show up and let everybody know what was going on, and for you guys not to find out generically, because his family contacted me. And I'm sure they'll be in touch again here pretty soon. His aunt didn't know how to get a hold of me. So once she does, then also it gives her somebody to talk to if she wants to talk. And being as I just had to go through this with my dad, I get it. And Dave with his mom. I'm not forgetting about you, Midnight Terror. I just gotta keep an ear out for the Jimmy information, because I know that he would go to Jimmy and Avelina's channel regularly too. Am I off screen? Sorry guys if I flirted off screen there for a minute. I was in deep thought. I was in deep thought. Geek?
Yes.
Can you inform Mike Disney in Discord?
Yeah.
I'm gonna let Geek reach out to Mike Disney. I think that's a good choice. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for letting me know, Turbo. I appreciate it. Okay, and actually, so because it's hard to get everybody, but I just feel like finding out from somebody that was actually bonded with the person. At least I have found this when people are passing is just so much better. I mean, so one of the things that happened to me in my life is that one of our kids, I'm dead serious, one of our kids got married, and I found out on Facebook. Seriously. And to me personally, it was insulting. I was like, are you serious? Like, I don't even matter enough to let me know. Like, just even send a private message. Hey, by the way, Mom, I'm getting married, you know? Oh, it's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. You know? I mean, even the kid that we have one kid that's just total and absolute trouble, and it's like, even that kid is, I would still tell him if something big was going down, you know, like if somebody passed away or something like that, and I wouldn't just find out from a friend on Facebook. Okay, I'm ready, Midnight, go ahead. Can you write those names down for me, Geek, so that I can contact, Zambies and Cutthroat?
Yep.
Now, I'm part of that group with Zambies, so I talk to her. I'm back and forth with her, so that should work out okay. But Cutthroat, we still have to do a co-stream, so I need to get a hold of him anyway. I used to tease him, you know, because he's always hanging out in all the different channels, and I would tease him. He'd say, yeah, well, I might hang out in all the channels, but I only cook for you. Oh. Thank you, Paint Monkey. I really appreciate that. I felt like it fell on, since his family contacted me, I felt like it fell on my shoulders to share with the community, because I found out things by way of just a notice somewhere on Facebook or something. It's just, it feels shitty. When you care about somebody and you just find out like that, it just feels crappy. You know, you're supposed to find out stuff like that, like about movie stars, you know? What is that? What is that, Midnight? It sounds like a venereal disease. I don't like it. Yeah, I am, though. That man that was responsible for bringing me into this world, Paint Monkey, you know? He was something. Let me tell you, you guys would have thought something about him, that's for sure. I don't know if it would have been good, but there wasn't really a lot of people that didn't. My dad was one of those people that if he was in a D&D campaign, the charisma would be off the charts, like off the charts. As like a charisma roll would always be a nat 20 for that man. What? Rihanna? I know, Bobcat, and like I said, I will know all the details when the family gets back a hold of me. I'm just giving them some breathing space, and I'm sure his aunt will get a hold of me and let me know everything that happened. Wait, it's a mini seizure. Is it a seizure? A stroke? You had a stroke? What? Midnight? That's not good. So how are you? I'm just taking little bits of paint, you guys, and pulling little tiny spots of paint into the areas where I want these highlights to be built up a little bit more. I'm using that where I mixed a little bit of yellow with the teal and just pulling it to the area. That's all I'm doing here. It leaves almost a little, really it's almost a little pool of paint the way we're doing it. Because, hi, Hobbies, honey. What happened, Hobbies? Did your sad button get pushed, sweetheart? I thought, what?
No, okay.
I thought about you. You were one of the first people I thought about. when I got the news. And you want to know why? Oh, that's so sad, Midnight. Well, you know what, honey? You need to take good care of yourself. You need to find out what you need to do to reduce that stress. Okay. Thank you, Dave. Thank you for doing that gracefully. I really appreciate it. I feel like it's something that should be handled more gracefully. I really do. I really appreciate that. We're going to send a private message. I'm going to send a private message to Zambies if she's not out there listening already, and Cutthroat if he's not out there listening already.
Right now.
Oh, he's streaming right now. Okay. Yeah, and Fabius appreciates it too, because I just know he does. Hobbies, happiness, when we got your gift. Yeah, if you want to go in and private message Dev. Yeah, Deb. You know, Deb's the one that wears the sundress. Don't tell her, okay? Tell Dev. I'm just kidding. Just let him know that I sent you and that you come bearing very sad news. Private message him, please, and then he can make the decision if he wants to share it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, thank you for that information, Gallifire. Why do I keep thinking I hear a cat? So weird. Thank you, Dave. Dave is the ship messenger today. He is the ship messenger. But happiness, when we got your gift from Christmas, and I was talking to him later, he said you were going to be such a good crew member. He was glad that we found each other. When you sent the pirate with the wings. Hi, Lord Zephyrius. Yes, that is true. That is really true. That is true, Midnight. Definitely have to do the things that mitigate, so to speak. Gotta take care of yourself, honey. And you're so young. Uh-oh, speak of the devil. And it shall appear. But that was a cat I was hearing, not a dog. So I'm painting these areas on before we do the black spotting. So we're getting a bit more bright green. It's a little more teal, but I actually kind of like the way the bright green is looking. I really do. I like the way it's building up. Whoop whoop, squiggles everywhere. You know that I know that one actually personally. Midnight, it's stressful. Yes, exactly. We're trying to convince finally a member of our family that had some blood pressure things, and I was like, you know, maybe you should consider like a medication for anxiety or something, so that you know you can gosh, the people don't realize the value of exercise for blood pressure. My sister went on a diet and lost, I don't know, like 40-50 pounds last year, you guys, and her blood pressure's all back the way it should be now. She's doing really good. Blew my mind, because man, hers was really bad there for a while, and she said she's got it all in check now. Yeah, and especially when it's something hereditary, then you got to work even a little bit harder at it. Hello, little bit. How you doing? How you doing? I'm just going to glaze a little bit of these highlights on the side that has the dark, just to kind of give a little lift. Not as much as the other side because, you know, dark over here. But the other thing I'm going to do is come underneath it here, get a little glaze, and give him a little bit of a belly highlight. Good night, Gallowfire. I hear Dev's voice.
Yeah.
I did not know that about the coloring book. I've been so out of the loop for a while. Little rises in his belly area there. There we go. Sorry, guys. I'm going to come in with some darker colors and shadow that back up.
They've lost 2 friends to murder at the beginning of 2020. So he's struggling.
Tell him I send my love. Did you tell him I lost my dad in November? Is he private messaging you?
No, he's talking about that.
No. Well. It's just... Oh, gravy.
No good, I can't maneuver.
Stay on target.
We're too close.
Stay on target.
Thank you, Blade. Tell him I know it doesn't solve it, but I send my love and I'm right there with him. I'm working it out about my dad in November. There we go. So we can get a little bit of that light underneath the belly. Hi, Nico. A frog, actually, AJ. I'm sorry, guys. I'm usually not so quiet. I'm a little bit of deep thought here. I'm working on it. Just bear with me on this, and I'll be back to my usual self. You know, gotta work it out. I'll show you. This guy, right here. Let's try that again. This guy. He's from last year. He was so we were supposed to get these squigs and get that done last year, and we never did. And so it was one of the things I opened with this year, trying to be a little bit more, trying to see some of the stuff that, oh, that's the wrong side. Did I make a stripe? I totally made his stripes on the wrong side. That's cool. We'll just get a little bit of this. Hi, Zombie Brush. How you doing, mate? How's things? Just get, now when you do these, like these lines, really a fine tip, but also you want a small amount of paint. And the part that sucks is sometimes you have to go back over it. A little bit of lift in the highlight right there. Oh, thank you, Nico. Thank you so much. Thank you for those hugs, Zombie Brush. It's nice to see you in here. Grab my cup. Oh, it's wrapping paper. You come down here to get in this bed? Yeah, did you give up on the one up there, huh? Hemi loves, I have to put a picture of her new ramp for you guys. She loves her new ramp. Well, the black and white ones were just to pinpoint where our highlights and low lights were going to be on the squig is all it was. That's all it was. So these guys are kind of getting a little drying. I'm going to get out some I don't want to use a flesh wash. I want to use a strong tone. The green tone actually might be nice underneath. Let's see. Let's see. Dark tone might be good in some of the shadows too. Let's do red and dark. So red in the shadows on the green is going to really make this area pop with the shadows. So I'm going to mix. Oh, the Orca Squigs. We'll do Orca Squigs. We'll do Orca Squigs too. Right now we're doing poisonous squigs. See, pokes you with his horn and it's poisonous. Bites you with those teeth. So we're going to do a little bit of the dark tone for shadowing, and I'm going to mix a little bit of that dark tone. Into that, I'm going to mix a little red, about half and half, the red tone. To do the shadows, and that red is going to turn a really nice, super deep brown on the green. We're not going to use that on the orange part. Only on the green part. Here it is over here on my palette. Oh, you can't see it because it's under the battle guys. Can you move those battle guys, Geek? Oh, there you are. You can see it. There it is. So I just mix those together, half and half, and it creates a kind of reddish, really dark brown. No licking the frogs. Exactly. Don't, hi, Captain Lady Gray. Don't lick them. If you lick them, they're poisonous. All right, so, and then we'll decide on the colors on those mushrooms. I was actually thinking about making those little poisonous mushrooms that have the little red and white spots on them on his back. Yes, there's no frog licking. So for the orange shadow, we will take the dark tone and we will mix it with the green tone. Now, dark tone will completely dominate green tone in the Army Painter colors. So we're gonna put 2/3 green tone, 1/3 dark tone, because it's very, very dominant. Well, actually, it's not really that it's dominant. It's more that the green is a little bit, it just doesn't have quite enough, as much pigment in it, I think, as the others. All right, so we've got a red dark tone shadow for the green and a green dark tone shadow for the orange, okay? That sounds so entertaining. I'd like to see that, Blade Mark. All right, so let's see where we're at now. So I didn't get the gums in. So before I get excited with the shadows, let me do the gums. Synthetic, super fine tipped. And I've got this, what am I using? I'm using what's called tan flesh, but I'm gonna put a little bit of red in that. Also, we're gonna use some glaze of this ink when we're looking at the frog. We're gonna use a little glaze of this ink. If you look at the frog, you'll see how heavy vermilion around his head is. And we're kind of missing that. Hold on our guy, right? So we're gonna come in with a little bit of the ink, transparent, and make that orange really pop vermilion. But I'm not gonna, the ink dries quickly, so I don't put it on the palette like, you know, right away. Now, I probably could use that ink in the gums easily enough. Let me see. Yeah, transparent red might work too. We'll try the transparent red. It's got a good color to it. The regular red, the regular Procryl red, I find it to be, I don't know about you guys, but I find it to be a little bit on the fire engine side, tomatoey. You liked the disco squig earlier. Midnight, honey, you're going to be taking care of yourself, I hope. Some more Jasmine Dragon Ball tea. Let's mix a little bit of this with some gum color. Let's not use our really good brush for that, okay? Let's not do that. Let's mix with a wee bit of an ugly brush, a little bit of an ugly brush anyway. There we go. It really doesn't take very much.
I guess.
I need to take a bio. So we do doggo first or bio first? Is that what she's?
She's laying down.
Yeah, she probably came down here because
She's in her bed.
she's not even. Yeah, she just came down to be with us. If you could give her, I'll give her a cover on my way by. But she does need a fresh bowl of water down here. All right, you guys. I'm gonna leave you with squiggles, and just because the day is crazy, is there any way we can okay, so just because it's a crazy day and there's been a lot of sad, you know, we've been dealing with a lot of sad stuff, everybody's got a lot of crazy stuff on their plate. Volt, honey! Volt, my dearest and most wonderful mate. How is your feathered friend? In time to have a baby. Volt, honey, I need you to check. Good. Midnight, that's what I want to hear. Volt, I need you to check your reoccurring subscription with the captain. And if you could go over to our Patreon and become a subscriber over there, and cancel the one that you just made with the captain here. Nobody's actually supposed to be able to subscribe anymore. We have submitted and received confirmation of dissolving our affiliate status with Twitch. And so I don't know how it's possible that people are able to subscribe. I totally appreciate it, but I would love you to come over to the Patreon, my dear. Absolutely love it. And you still get all the same privileges. The special things that we do for subscribers, we're working out a way to be able to do that in groups with our Patreons. The only thing that everybody's losing is their badges. And we'll figure something out. We'll send out some IRL badges, maybe. Something like that. You know, something that's tangible that you can have, like a jacket pin or something. Oh, it's not your fault, sweetheart. It's totally mine. I was thinking about you. I was going through my phone and getting rid of a lot of pictures, and I found those bodysuits. I got to lose a little weight. COVID's been rough on the captain, but I am going to get one of those from that professional company for the upcoming year. No, it's actually good that you did it, Volt, because it let us know that it's still possible, because we don't want Twitch charging you and then you don't get anything for that, right? They're not giving any of it to me anymore either, because we don't have that relationship. But it's 50 cents less to subscribe over on Patreon Volt, and 89% of that goes to the ship's pocket. So it's a much better deal.
So we can give more back to the crew.
So we can give more back to the crew. That's right. That's it. That's one of the reasons we're making this change, is because I couldn't afford to keep up with all the beautiful giveaways that we were doing. Probably Turbo, if it's been over a couple of weeks, it won't let you. It'll let you cancel it so that it doesn't renew. That it will. It just won't give you the money back if it's been over a couple of weeks. I was not able to sub or change your sub. But I got you. You are in the Discord. I mean, you are in the Patreon, so you don't even have to work. It's just that now that we have this status, people just don't have the little badges beside their name anymore. So, but we don't want to just give that money to Twitch. I'm just saying they need to work for it. And because the day has been really kind of hectic and weird, what we're going to do is throw you into a game of marbles with Geek. So you guys can do some marbles. I mean, I'm going to cover the dog up. I'll be right back. I'm going to take a quick bio. Captain, push the button. Let me see. Games, marbles.
Oh. Gonna be kind of a subdued marbles. We're gonna run marbles 4 for bias. No, not nude marbles. Jesus, Turbo, what is wrong with you? The answer is a lot. Exclamation point play. Let's get it on, let's get it on, let's get it on like Donkey Kong. I also started a Stream Raiders battle. Is that Stream Raiders coming through on all the... Well, there's only one person watching on YouTube so far, but hey, we'll get there. We've got Dave's Mini Art, Naz the Neko, Captain Madlove, Bobcat, AJ Ryan, Rihanna, DX Turbo, Ford Fitch, Juju Pond, Blade Mark, Volkson, Wavy DL, Captain Lady Gray, Lord Zypherius, and Restreambot again. Yeah. You're not lying, Dave. So bad for the... Lord Zypherius and Wavy DL being Wavy DL. Just putting Restreambot. I'm gonna banhammer you from Restreambot. Alright. Start the countdown. I'm supposed to get an email from somebody today that I didn't get. You're a douche nozzle. I'm not even going to pay attention to Wavy. He's Wavy. Captain Lady Gray's out front with Naz the Neko, Lord Zypherius, CX Turbo, AJ Ryan, the guy we're not talking about, all the way in the back. Did you actually get him in there? Yep, there's Restreambot. You can't win with Restreambot, Wavy. 1 entry per person. You're disqualified. Captain Lady Gray, Naz the Neko, and Wavy, right? Break Lurk to troll. We did get the the card. It was awesome. Lord Zytherius. Well, of course, everybody hangs out at the salad tosser. How we do. So, if you guys are logged into Marbles, do you see it from your guys' end? Blade Mark is out front. So, like, can you watch it at the same time, or is it only on stream that you can watch it? And you just kind of guess where you're at if you're not up front. I don't know how it works as a participant, if you can do it that way. And I would imagine that you could. Right? Oh, Lord Zypherius is in the bottom. Apparently, Lord Zypherius likes the middle bunk. And the triple salad tosser. Oh man, what a fucking day. Oh, smooth move, Lord Zypherius. I'll see that just like butter. Now let's see if he can manage. Oh, Blade Mark though. Blade Mark knows how to navigate a hole. Look at that. Yeah, let me know, Neko. Diomedes. Hello. Welcome. How are you? We have sad tidings, sir. On the 28th of December, Mac for Bias's house caught fire. He escaped the house. Unfortunately, did not survive the night. Died in the hospital on that night. We found out this morning, and For Bias asked his sister-in-law, I think, or aunt, I don't know. Captain got the message to get a hold of the crew and let them know. So we're spreading the bad tidings. Yeah. Blade Mark, Lord Zypherius, Ford Fitch, CX Turbo, AJ Ryan, Volkson, Captain Madlove, Restream Bot. Thank you, Wavy. Bobcat, Wavy DL, Dave's Mini Art, Juju Pawns, Rihanna, Naz the Neko, and we lost Captain Lady Gray. Yep, I can always count on you for a good trolling. Fell off the wagon, Lady Gray. Excuse me. Captain Lady. Exclamation point play. Yeah. Yeah. And Captain's dad passing in November and all that. Just fuck a bunch of 2020. And we are streaming simulcast on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I think we're also on DLive. Facebook decided to be an ass, and it's just hard to multi-stream onto Facebook. All right, we've got Captain Madlove, Zealous Hunter, Naz the Neko, Diomedes Industries, Dave's Mini Art, Rihanna, Captain Lady Grey, Volkson, Is Now Jax. I think that's the first time I've read that. Welcome to Rolling with a Geek, Jax. Blade Mark, Bobcat, Wavy DL, Aussie Outlaw. Welcome back, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. And Ford Fitch. They're not so good at the streaming thing. Hopefully they'll get better, but I don't think it's very realistic. I think YouTube and well, honestly, I think YouTube is the way that things are going to be going, because they're actually putting money behind their live streaming. Oh, good job, Juju Pawns. Yeah, we got actually, I don't know if exclamation point battle will work in. You know, that's an idea. Might have to run 2 Stream Element accounts identical. Yeah, I got to figure out how to get all the exclamation point commands to go from one to another. Want to hear something silly? So Stream Elements, you can tie to Twitch or you can tie to YouTube. But there's no way to copy the commands from Stream Elements Twitch to Stream Elements YouTube's. So all the shout-out commands that I put into Twitch over the year has to get manually exported put into Stream Elements YouTube. Juju Pawns and Lord Zypherius, and let's get this party started. Neck Pickle Tuesday. Bobcat, did you hit your head? And then the tax man, the IRS, decided that they were going to screw up and try to get me for a stupid amount of fucking money because they can't figure out how to read their own paperwork. That's a fair call, Bobcat. You'd think so. I even asked him directly, and somebody's like, nope. I'm like, I can't export all the commands. So I'm going to see if there's a way for me to scrape it off the site. Is now Jax in the lead. Oh, is now Jax. First time runner, first time winner. Let's go. Oh, just kidding. Lord Zypherius is now taking command. A commanding lead. Oh, God. Just kidding. Just kidding. Everybody's dying. What the murderous shitstorm is this? Dave! That other guy. The rat's in front. Oh, the rat's not in front. Neko! Don't do it, Neko! Oh, Neko with the dexterity of a... Just kidding. Everybody died. The hell track did I choose? That literally 100% mortality rate. Everybody died. Now you die. Yeah, that's like... Yeah. You suspect foul play. Yeah. Yeah. Exclamation point, vote the shit out of the no. Nope, nope, nope. Buckets of nope. Final results. Doesn't matter, everybody died. The rat just being contrarian. Because that's what the rat does. Vote fuck no. Yeah, TPK. Rock falls, everybody dies. But I didn't fall on mine. Something for her? Her nose is in the air. Diomedes, Dave's Miniar, Zealous Hunter, Rihanna, Volkson, Ford Fitch, AJ Ryan, Is Now Jax, CX Turbo, Lord Zypherius, Aussie Outlaw 10, Wavy DL, and Bobcat. And yeah, let's go watch this massacre. Hang on. All right, it's Captain Madlove, Juju Pawns, and that's it. It doesn't help if you click on that. You got to click on the actual button. This is how we all get... You know what? It's Juju Pawns and Captain Madlove. We got this. We got this. We got this. Holy shit. Captain just regularly wrecked that fucking place. Juju Pawns, it's all you. You got this. Holy shit, we're going to win with 2 people. Yeah, bitches. You know what? We're going to pick the winner. We're going to give it to Juju Pawns. Because they're the only people that stepped up. Kidding. bronze glitched paladin. All right, let's go to the 2 skull. All right, jump in, peoples. Exclamation point battle. Oh, it does. It does. Cool. Right. Now we can hide that. And go back to Zeres. And we've added Wavy DL, Bobcat, Blade Mark, Captain Lady Grey, Not Ripe, and Restream Bot. And we're not going to tell Wavy when we're starting this, so he can't try to sneak that in under the wire. No, if you hit exclamation point play, you add Stream Bot to it. Aha! You missed! You missed, Wavy! I stealed your happiness! Jealous Hunter CX Turbo and Rihanna, first, second, and third. I don't think you made it in, use your wood. Yes, cry. Fill my cup of happiness with your tears. Oh, this is like a Christmas one. Exclamation point battle to get in on the battle. Follow the links and follow the instructions. You'll also see a timer going around for brushes. A brush survey. We're trying to get a good handle, giggity, on what everybody needs for brushes. Rihanna, don't go. We'll miss you. Wavy DL, we'll think about missing you. Dio, we'll miss you. Jump, boost, nos, kill. But it's a 3-question survey. You know, what's your favorite brush? What size brushes do you use? And how much do you think we should charge for the brushes? Yeah, what's your favorite size? It's the rat and the Aussie Outlaw. The Aussie Outlaw's chasing the rat. Whee! No. Aussie Outlaw. And the rat. Oh, what the hell? Shitballs. Oh, it's a bouncy house. Bouncy house. How'd the rat get out front? Who is in charge? I smell funny business. You dirty rat. Jealous Hunter is all out by himself. Nobody can stop the rat. Please, somebody stop the rat. I mean, nobody's going to stop this rat. Go ahead, you can win, rat. Somebody stop the rat. Yeah, I'm in charge is kind of a long stretch. I'm just the commentator. I'm just the asshole with the microphone. Karaoke, Japanese for asshole with a microphone. Yeah, that's the link to the brush survey. Oh, the rat hasn't won yet. Gotta cross that finish line. Oh, Aussie Outlaw. I knew I could count on you. Yep, see, that's what happens when you start showing off, rat. What happens when you spike it on the 1-yard line. Dave's just lollygagging in the back, doing his lollygaggy thing. Hey Dave, that thing finished printing yet? I think he's printing out goat people. Just got a lot on your mind. Yeah, no shit, don't we all, Dave? All right. Final results. Aussie Outlaw, Zealous Hunter, Blade Mark, first, second, and third, followed by Captain Lady Grey, Not Right, CX Turbo, is now Jax, Bobcat, AJ Ryan, Lords of Furious, Dave's Mini Art, Volkson, we lost Ford Fitch, Diomedes Industries, Wavy DL, and Rihanna. And the captain pushed the button. Captain doesn't want to push the button. Captain doesn't want to push the button.
Shit.
Tell me what to do.
That's my job. I'm the captain.
I thought you started another one. How's that one going?
Oh, wait, the second one let go too? You're not wrong, Ford Fitch. You're not wrong. You need a better bed, man. Take some sandpaper to it. I hear that works.
What bed are we talking about?
When you sleep in, fill it with sand. No,
That's the gum color that I mixed up there that we're getting in here with. Getting some. A little bit of gum coloration on some of these higher points. Oh, it failed. Love goat peoples. Hey Dio, how is it going? How is it going, mate? How are things out there? We are getting by in here. Yeah, no, I'm still beside myself too. I'm not dwelling. It's not dwelling. I think it's more along the lines of processing. Dio, so you know, Dio, that I'm still online, like I am still, just in case you guys don't know this, I am and have been looking for someone called Captain Slaymore since probably August last year. And when this thing with Forbias, when his sister-in-law got a hold of me, I just got more concerned about Captain Slaymore. I have sent, so I have his email, Facebook, Instagram. I have sent messages to every platform, Dio, and I've heard nothing back. The last time that things got crazy, it was his, I think his sister-in-law that contacted me. That was when he was in the hospital the last time. Ooh, I speak of Slaymore right now. So I'm taking a little bit of the color that we're using actually to create the shadows in the green areas. But I'm going to use it on the gums because we kind of want the gums to maintain that red coloration. That's like part of the look we want. So I'm using a little bit of that shadow for the gum area. That's where I mix the dark with the red. to, oops, sorry guys, got off a little off screen there. You know, it doesn't, but in a way it does. I don't know. I'm a big believer that the cosmos does care. You know, we just got to provide, we got to meet it part way. Then I'm gonna just on the teeth that are in the line of fire for the light. Volkson, it's nice to see you in here. I'm also going to come in here with some of this. This is that yellow white. And I'm gonna, I actually don't know if this one's small enough for these little itty bitty teeny tiny eyes he has. I just want to make those two little crazy highlights like that. Let me mix a wee bit more so I can get a little bit of a glaze out of that. I just kind of want to hit these high points here before I get in here with the black spots. I want to make sure that the highlights are here. We're going to have to make the black spot highlights separately because black. Yeah, it was pretty freaky dye, I'll have to admit. I'm having a lot of mixed feelings over here about things. It was rough enough with my dad, but then this on top of it. And last year was my grandma and my ex, which, you know, you wouldn't really think that your ex would affect you so badly, but if you had like long life with them and you know, a lot of your, I guess you could say, development as an adult was with that person. It's funny because, you know, it just kind of didn't work out. But it wasn't like he was a really I mean, he was an alcoholic. I'll just put it that way. And oh, you're working your way through some, what are you doing? Working your way through some coffee to get the body and brain moving. Oh, I know the feeling. I totally know the feeling, folks. And I'm working my way through some coffee right now for the same reason. So on the red, we want to put the green. This is the green mixed with the dark tone by Army Painter, all right? And we're doing this color on the red, coming down to where the green connects, but maybe in some of those areas, but we're going to use this as the shadow. Okay. It's a light glaze that I made. To pick up the shadows in the orange area. Now the green, glazing over the orange, is going to make a really nice deep brown color. going to separate some of those little gum flaps that he has there just to get a little bit better on the gums there. See how that kind of makes the gums have texture and everything?
I offer you a choice.
Oh,
Join
Mick Readiness, I love you and we're having a baby and I don't know why Twitch is letting people do that, sweetheart. Before it's too late.
Will you?
Oh, thank you so much. But before it's too late and Twitch takes that automatic payment and puts it somewhere it shouldn't, I need you to go to the Patreon and put your subscription in on the Patreon. It's 50 cents less. And the ship gets almost 90% of the $4.50. So it costs you 50 cents less to subscribe. And we get almost 90% of it. And this way Twitch won't automatically charge your card. So actually, we dissolved our affiliate relationship with Twitch, and we shouldn't even be having that happen. So I don't know how it keeps happening. I do love you though, and I appreciate it so much. Let me update your 9 months, because I know you're going to go over there and sign up with our Patreon. Let me get you with your 9 months, and we of course are gonna, all your months that you've been here on Twitch, we're gonna carry those over, so you guys are still gonna be you're still gonna have just as many months on the books as you did have, so don't worry about that part. Where is my Mick Readiness? It's nice to see you. How are things with you? We're having a bit of a there you are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, we are at 9. It's baby time. Baby. We're gonna have a baby chihuahua. But wait a minute, do you have a sex and a name? No sex, no name. We have a no name, no sex baby. We have no name, no sex. Did you bring food down? No, she got up like you had something. Oh, I can only imagine. I can only imagine. Did you have a party? Were you a party aminal? Were you a party aminal? I had to recover, but not because of the drinking, but because of the big long stream that we did. Oh wait, which one were we doing? Oh shoots, I forgot which one we were working on. Oh, we were working on this one, definitely. Okay, we're gonna do the same thing to the other one. Now remember, on the orange, we use the green. Rum bottles everywhere. Well, I guess you guys had a good time then. And everywhere that I've got orange going on, that's where I'm going to use this shadow. And this is, remember now, this is the one we mixed up. It's the green shadow. It's going to show up a lot darker than the actual mixture that you made. So it's going to look more like a heavy glaze than it will just lightweight. Because when you go over the orange with it, it gives it that extra dark brown appearance. Now we know where all the rum went, you guys. McReadiness took it to their house and had a party on New Year's with it. Oh, I probably should have fixed his gums before we did that. Got these little indentations underneath of his gum that we got to hit. Right there in the leg. Got a little bit on the green, but that's going to be fine. We want to pull it down and we're going to overlap them when we come back with the other one. But do you see the difference that makes? And that's just going around and lining all the little areas that they have marked out as lines and whatnot for shadows. And we can probably get his, let's get his nostrils. This one kind of has a much more pronounced face. Bigger nose. Let's check out the other one. See? Now we're going to come in here and we got to get those gums. And remember now I mixed a little bit of the transparent red by Procryl with a little bit of the tan flesh by Procryl for this color. It's just a, there you go, it's kind of a light pink. It's over there, there, there. And I'm going to come in here and get this guy's gum line. I start with a little bit on the medium side, and then I'm going to come back in and lighten it up. Little speckles of it along there. A little bit over here, even though we're going to come in with shadows. It just got too much. The when I put the red in there, I just got a little bit excited with that. And got a little bit deep on the shadows, and then I kind of lost my my gum line. So I'm coming back in here to fix it, because I kind of wanted these gums to be a little more visible. Sorry, that was the word I was looking for there. See, so we get like more. Now I'm going to come back in and I'll fix that with the other color, because you can see I glazed it in on this side too. There we go. But I'll use the red that I made for shadows, which is going to go over the green, and I'm going to use that for the gum shadows. Celtic Boar, hello and welcome. Long time no see. How are you? How are you? How are you doing? How was New Year's? And Christmas? We are kind of having a stream here for Bias today. We lost a shipmate on the 28th of December. For Bias passed, and For Bias spent such a good amount of his time in the community. His family contacted me to inform me, and I thought it was my duty to let everybody know. And I thought it might make me feel better to hang out with some folks that I want you guys to find out from somebody that loves him, and I thought it would be a good idea for me to hang out and do some painting. Good night, Zelius. Thank you so much for popping in. Good night. Thank you for your love, Zelius. I appreciate you, mate. Now we're going to kind of go back in with the really light color that is the straight tan, and just make what is little shinies so that the gums can get that really nice wet look to them. And that usually comes from the little reflections off of them, and also the very glossy paint that I will go over this with. But now you can see how much better those gums look now, see? Yeah, he is. He is. I got to see him on Christmas Eve. And we got to hug and wish each other Happy New Year's and Merry Christmas. So, and he got his beautiful, the butterfly, Lord of the Butterflies from Brush for Hire. He was so excited to get it. He opened it up right while I was there, and he was so happy to have it. And he had, thank you. He had a little place on a nice shelf, an honorary position. Whoops, sorry guys. An honorary position for it. I got to finally meet his aunt in person, which we hadn't met her yet. And also the bird, the house. I forgot the bird's name. He's a nice little fellow, though. Just ever so tiny bit on the teeth that are on the side with the light. I'm also gonna get a little of that nice reflective color right on the horn there. And there he is. Oh, we gotta get his eyes. And then we gotta put the big long black spots on him. Got a little bit on his cheek. Got to come in there and correct it. That ain't gonna work. If you get in there soon enough, when you make a little mistake like that, you can sometimes clean it up because the paint isn't completely dry yet. And so sometimes what'll end up happening is you can actually just rub away the paint, which is really nice. Sometimes you don't get in there soon enough and you're screwed. I'm going to take a tiny bit of yellow, like the real yellow, like I mixed to get the green lighter. I'm going to mix it with a little bit of the orange just to kind of get in here and make this nose stand out a little bit more. I'm going to get a little bit of light in there on the nose. I'm also going to get just a little bit around the eye wrinkle, just to kind of make those eyes stand out a wee bit more. Little tiny bits of it. Same thing on this guy. In a few spots where the light will be a little bit heavier. Does this guy have all of his brown? I think this guy's missing some brown shadows. So I'm gonna come in here. Now remember, I'm sorry, we're using green on the orange, but I feel like right here, on the back, there's a couple of little wrinkles that I feel like could use a little enhancing. I'm just gonna bring them across a little bit more so you get just a little bit more on the line. I think that looks a little bit better. I think it just gives a little bit more contour. There we go. I think I'm going to come in, I'll probably make their toenails black when we get in there. I do need to come in here and get his belly shadows on. Now we're going for the belly shadows. Before we do the spots, I did all the highlighting on the skin and all the shadowing on the skin. Now remember, this is the color that we mixed with the red. And you want to remember your lights on you know, light on the right. So those little stripes on his bellies are belly's gonna show up just a wee bit better. What's going on out there in the big painting world today? It's really I heard that Jimmy and Princess were out there streaming, and it's really late for them, isn't it? I was kind of shocked, actually. You're going to put this in all the shadows on the green, okay, guys? And he does have multicolored skin, so there's probably going to be some areas where you're going to get some of this in there over where the red is, and that's okay because you've already got the green shadow down for the red. We use the green mixture on the red shadows, and we're using the red mixture on the green shadows. Hopefully I'm staying on camera good enough for you guys. Put a little bit up here, just around we're adding a little bit of red to the that little facial area there. So quiet. Okay. His little skin. And all his little highlights are in there. I don't know Bilbo's brush, but Bilbo's bag seed. Nico. Ah, oh, Dios. Don't listen to Diomedes. It's not nude. Don't be telling people that now. It's not nude. You know, to make a warm gray, AJ, if you mix black and white and then you add a little bit of the like the flesh tone or the brown tone of the army painter wash, it'll warm it right up. Nico, he's lying to you. That's not true. What he's saying is just not true. Don't even believe it. Don't even believe it, girl. It's not nude only. So sassy. You know, you always. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. I don't even know that there's a moment with Diodes that's not total and absolute sass. He's super sassy, that guy. He and Dave. Bilbo Brush is a horse farmer. He has about 200 followers. Was doing some oil washes. Haven't seen hide nor hair since well before Christmas. Did that really just happen to me? Like, how do you guys do that? How do you do that? Really? Really? Bad dad jokes 101, mate. Okay, so this guy's got both. All right. Now I just got to get them both on the other one. Well, you know, that's another way to make warm. So like if you're trying to make a warm gray, and if you don't have a warm gray, I don't know. I mix black and white and make all the shades of gray, way more than 50. Oh my God. So the other thing you can do is take a warm gray. If you have one, AJ, you can take a warm gray and you can mix a little bit. The other thing that makes a warm gray, so you can mix a little bit of black with that, but if your black is not warm, it'll be really hard to get a warm gray. So try, if you thin the black, he is a riot and he causes riots. Don't listen to that guy. If you thin the black down that you have, AJ, you can determine if it's warm or not. Because when it gets really thin, it'll look more brown than it will look blue. If it looks more blue than it does brown, then it's probably a cold black. And it's hard to get a warm gray when you're using a cold black. I mix black and white together all the time. All the time. All the different grays and black and white and black, and just for whatever purpose I need it. I mean, where does gray come from? What is it you want to order? Oh, that's such good learning, AJ. It's really good to mix your own colors. But I don't understand not mixing black and white, because I mean, if you think about it, that's where gray comes from, and you could buy gray in a bottle, so why not mix black and white and make your own gray? I don't know, but if I only had 7 colors, that's definitely what I would do. I would definitely go with, hold on, red is green. I would definitely go with mixing black and white and then adding a little bit of like sienna to it to warm it up. So right now I'm just glazing in the second layer of shadows. This is going to help us get a lot more depth. Again, I used the green that we mixed up for the orange shadows and the red that we mixed up for the green shadows. You know, Dio, on the subject of for bias, it's interesting because I actually had a bad feeling about his health because he didn't make New Year's, the New Year's Geek Party, and he knew that was coming, and I had a feeling he would pop in and wish Geek, you know, happy birthday, because they hadn't planned to go out anywhere or anything. So when he didn't show up, I was a little bit, I just told myself, you know, don't be overly concerned, don't stress yourself out with it. I think we're all here doing right what he would want to see us doing. You still have the phantom on your back? Ooh, that's my weakness, Nico. You know that. Okay, so we have good coloration in the gums. Now I'm going to take, okay, so for the gums, one of the things we've got to do is we still have to glaze that. Oh, that's the best, Nico. You're so naughty. Blood for the Blood Gods being a gel-based color. It's a very thin layer. So we can get a little bit of, just a little bit of that clear red tint that's not tomato-y in the gums. See how it makes a difference? Especially going over the shadows with it, you'll get more red in the shadows. I'm also going to take a little bit of that, I'm going to go inside of his mouth and kind of hit his tongue with it. And it'll give a little bit of a bleeding gum look, just a little bit. See there? Just a tiny bit, just a little enhancer, a little enhancer. We're gonna do the same thing up here. That's a little bit of that Blood for the Blood Gods, you guys, and it's just, all I'm doing is enhancing the color of the gums a wee bit, a little bit of red. It gives a little more life. I'm gonna take a wee bit of it and put it kind of up in the teeth, just give a little bit of maybe I just ate something look and didn't brush my teeth. Or maybe I just have bloody gums because I brush my teeth too much. I don't know. I doubt it's because he brushes his teeth too much, but do you see what that did? Wait. Can't have that line there. Okay. See what that did? Then I'll come back in with a tiny, tiny bit of the dental squigs. The music is thumping. I don't hear a high-pitched noise, but I do hear the music thumping. Okay, and how did that come out? AJ? Did Wavy send me? Hold on. I want to see if I got sent that DM. All the way up to the top. Wait, is this the top? Where's the top? Where's the top? No, I don't like that it does that either. No. Wavy, you gotta tell me what's up with that person you DM'd me about that I don't know, because I've been kind of out of the loop. It's hard to stay in the loop with so much going on, you know? All right, there we go. So I just come back in with a little bit of the pink to get the really, really sparkly points on the gums. Use the tiniest, tiniest bit, AJ. Start with the tiniest, tiniest bit, mate. Like so tiny that you don't even think it's gonna make a difference. That kind of tiny. Geek, is there a high-pitched noise?
I didn't hear one.
It's a hula loop. We can.
See if that changes it, you guys. If it does, it was the music. Okay. Little bit of that pink, and now look at those jowls. Like them? Now it's time to paint. Oh. Yeah, I don't see you, mate. I don't see you over there. Usually you pop up in my friends. Wait. Yeah, I don't see you there, Wavy. Hang on, guys. I'm answering about something important. Not that you guys aren't. Oh, nothing interesting. Nothing. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Wavy. Okay, yeah, it's just me being a little bit off course there. So sorry. Boy, that was a really good cup of coffee. That one. Let's close that pot. Yeah, that pot. It's up all over the place. Okay, so we got the jowls. Thank you for the compliment on the teeth, Nico. Pretty proud of those little teeth myself. I love doing teeth and bones. Those are so much fun. And I like their jowls. I think the jowls came out really good. Okay. So now we just need to make their froggo spots. I'm going to bring up my reference here. I was in. Never mind. That was your captain steering wrong. Oh, this. Okay, got my frog. Got my frog. Yeah, so so one of the things that we're gonna now, mind you, these guys. So the little black eyes that the frog has don't look good on these guys because it just disappears into their face. Because their eyes are so tiny. Now the frogs have really big eyes. I thought about actually putting a little bit of like green stuff, and I think on my next squigs I'm gonna put little balls of green stuff and make big bulgy eyes. But on these guys we have these teeny tiny little eyes, and that's what we're working with. So we're not gonna do the bulgy eye effect. Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said, Dio. And you're not just a riot, you start riots. Oh, Payne's Gray. Payne's Gray, my friend. Payne's Gray. Dick Blick. Cheapest place to get it. I'm talking to you, Acid. Payne's Gray. Everybody needs a container of Payne's Gray ink on their desk. Yes, with a P. P-A-Y-N-E-S. P-A-Y-N-E-S. There's also one that I use that's an acrylic acid, but I'll be honest with you, the reason I don't recommend this one as often is, but you can see the way it's spelled. This one has a lot more blue in it. This particular brand, the golden hard body, this has a lot more blue in it, so I don't use it. I don't recommend it to people as often, whereas the other one is a little more of that steel gray color. Oh, Dave? Googly eyes. Yeah, I'm gonna make... No, not those googly eyes, Dave. I mean buggy eyes. In eyes like this. I'm gonna make some little balls of green stuff, and we're gonna put them on the squigs and make buggy eyes on the squigs. Googly eyes would be funny, though. Maybe I should go dig out some googly eyes and try to... Hold on, I think his nose got a boo-boo. Hang on, I gotta fix a funny spot. Oh, wrong color. Okay. Now spots. Now, the reason that I do the spots last is because the blending, if you think about it, let's look at the frog for... Okay, so let's look at this frog for a second, right? So now you see where the green and the orange come together? If you tried to get in there and divide those little tiny areas on this teeny tiny little guy and divide those little areas where you can see that he kind of looks like he just got the ink dumped right on him. and that black is going over the green and over the orange. And so in some areas where I wanted to do that, I didn't want to have to struggle with those teeny tiny in-between places. So it's easier for me to build the color on the squig and then come back and do the spots. Where did this man come from? Who let this guy in? Who let this guy in? What about mod? Do we no longer have mods in here because take the mod ship? That okay. All right. So first of all, we need a very fine tip. But before that, we need to rinse our brushes very thoroughly. Who needs modding? No, Dio does. Actually, well, I don't know. Can we trust Dio with a hammer? I don't know. Wavy's been doing a pretty good job. Seems to stay out of trouble. But I mean, if they both had mod hammers, that might actually become, you know, battle of the something, right? Ban hammer. No, I was just wondering if he'd be good or not, or if him and Wavy would start fighting. But I guess it really wouldn't hurt anything. But we might actually need to, I mean, you know, if you're serious, at mod a mod. Make it a Mexican, oh my god. Oh my god, you guys are terrible. You guys are terrible. So, we were actually going to talk to people in the new year to find out if anybody was out there that had a mod. If you are a mod and you want to renounce being a mod, then you need to private message us. And if you are interested in modding, then you need to private message us. We have a couple of people in mind, but we didn't just want to, you know, we actually, one of our mods turned in their mod certificate, which is totally fine. Totally fine. Sometimes people get busy and then they're not here a lot, so it actually works out. Dave Really? I don't think Dave wants to renounce being a mod. I think Dave and Dragonheart want to be super mods where they can ban the other mods and kick them in the butts. You watch. Dave wants to renounce. And you know, like I said, you know, you don't have to be here. You know what though? I think we got a little bit. I'm just gonna run with it. I'm just gonna let him be. I'm not too sure about the belly. And you know what I couldn't do is get a picture of this frog. Anybody, a picture of this frog's belly. I actually don't know what his belly looks like. I was just gonna leave mine kind of green and run with that. Hi, One Rise, how you doing? Because McReadiness sneaks in when we're not here and hauls it all off to his flat where he uses it all for great big parties, and then we're left without rum. Oh. All right, let's see. So for the black. You need to record. Okay. It's nice to see you in chat, Dio. I've been wondering how things are with you. This is so not black. This is 100% not black. Yeah, that is so not black. All right, so that's good. Oh, I have this one. So I use this, you guys. It's one of I'm actually going to order. Every time I order it, I have a problem. That flat matte black, Dave knows what, black 3. But honestly, for a really black, I like this one. Don't put it on anything bendable. It doesn't play with bendy things. But I also kind of like the black by this particular one by Vallejo. Yeah. But you know, Dave, I'm really seriously considering the 2.0. I've had the 2.0 before and I really liked it. Oh, One Riser. So oh, what is if it is your status, your subscription status, is that what you're talking about? Okay, so I think I like it. I really do like it, Wavy, but I think it's a little bit brown. I think not a warm. I'm sorry, it's not brown, it's warm. And I really don't want it to be warm because the frog that I'm looking at, he's got these cold spots on it. I want it to be cold. And one of the things I will do with some of the blacks is add black ink to make it really black and cold. Now let's see. These spots are super small. I have a couple of brushes set aside that are very, very tiny. They say for special occasions only. Let me go dig one out. These do not last a long time, but they are not terribly expensive. Oh, you know what? I'm going to take a bio on that note. I'll see you in a minute, Blade Mark. We're going to do black spots. What is acid doing? What is acid doing? Are you guys doing Mexican standoff? That's what we should do. We should do Mexican standoff, and we'll probably get in trouble for using the word Mexican, right? All right, so we're gonna do the black spots next. This guy, right? I still think that the green is not quite blue enough, but I'm gonna run with it and then lean a little bit more towards the blue on the next one. What are you doing, Acid? Oh, you're telling Dave to hop along? Okay, I'm gonna take a quick bio. You guys can do a battle and jump into some marbles with Geek really quick. That should put some smiles on some faces. This all feel better? Button? Button.
Captain, push the button. Let's see. Acid's joke. Hearing a high-pitched noise. It's no. I thought about giving you hell when I came in, but knew you felt bad. Captain says, let it fly. Don't get the frog too cold, he will croak. That's... I don't get it. What? I don't even get it. I don't get it. First we must battle. First we're gonna... Juju Pawns is just laying it on down. Look at that. Good lord, Captain Madlove is just... zoom, zoom, zoom. So what happened with your OBS, One Riser? Log out of so in OBS, are you check that you're logged into the scene selection.
Reminder. Off.
Okay, we got a 4 skull, people. Get in there. Whoop. Yeah, the chat's going to work because the chat is Twitch. OBS is open broadcasting software that's a different tool. And like me, I'm a tool. Okay, One Riser, are you using OBS or Streamlabs OBS? Tech support live with the geek. I usually charge for this, but exclamation point play. It's time to get it on. Time to get it on. Oh, slobs. There's your problem right there. I'm not a fan of slob. It's basically OBS with a bunch of stuff attached to it that tends to get in the way of it. But it should be similar. So if you look up, it should at the top, it should say File, Edit, View, Profile, Scene Select, Scene Collection. We've got Rihanna, Dave's Mini Art, Volkson, McCrittens, Captain Madlove, Naz the Neko, AJ Ryan, Celtic Born, Wavy DL. YouTube. So, are all of your One Riser, do you make your scenes and overlays in Stream Elements, the web portal, and then copy those in there? Oh, you found it. Got it. They don't call me the geek for nothing. Careful, I am a sailor, bro. I will kiss you. You will not enjoy, or you might enjoy it. I don't know. All right, let's roll. I either know it or can figure it out. 'Cause I'm a special monkey. Whoa. Oh no. Oh hell no. Who let the captain in the lead? No stress, bro. Shit like that happens. Just hit me up on the Discord. Macarediness. It's cream. It's every time your fucking walk-in alert happens, it gets in my brain pan. In my brain pan. Hey Dave, seriously, take a look at your bed plate. See if it's there's a couple places where they recommend taking a 200 grit sandpaper to it. Oh, what the fuck? Tango Foxtrot. A lot of portals in here. A lot of portals in here. It just not a heavy scrubbing, but just a light scrubbing to give it a little tooth. Something for the hot raft to stick to. I also saw some modifications that they made to the 3D printer that you have that you can get, or actually you can print out. That will. Part of the issue is the filament stays too hot too long, so it doesn't cool fast enough. And there's a fan modification that you can put on the end of the nozzle tip that will actually, the nozzle stays hot, but the actual piece itself gets cooled down almost immediately, so it has a higher stick factor. But there's a crap load of 3D printer YouTubes out there. That's just my voice. It goes up at the end. I do hear it now. I think that might be the compressor filter on the... Let me check my filters on my... Hello? How's that? I will send you some information. One Riser, are you in Captain's Discord? I tried by text shit and didn't read the... What's happening? All right, Captain Madlove. Captain Madlove came in first. What the shitballs? Juju Pawns and McReadiness, followed by Wavy DL, Dave's Mini Art, Volkson, Naz the Neko, Celtic Boy, AJ Ryan, Bobcat, and Rihanna. And can't push a button. Captain, not can't push a button because Captain's doing. Oh, can't push a button. Can't.
Okay. Midnight Terror fell asleep. Well, Marbles was. All right, what do you think? Just kind of getting a feel for it to see how I liked it, like placement. And if this brush is going to... It is. Small stuff like this, I mean, it gets cleaned and put back away, and that's what it... Right, so now we're going to come in and we're going to make on this guy. So we're going to come from, he's got like a stripe that comes from his nose and sort of goes all the way down his body. So on this guy, what we're going to do is we're going to come up top here. And we're going to start around the eye. He's very small. So I'm going to start with a real narrow. Little like racing stripe on him, like a little racing stripe. Now on the frog, it kind of like goes through the eye and then down the leg. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a couple of them on its back. Kind of again like a racing stripe, maybe a little bit more like a sperm. Smaller amounts of paint. Yeah, I start with just a small amount of paint, and then I'm putting the dot kind of where I want the head of it to be. Trickling the stripe down where I want it to. I'll just make one stripe a little longer than the other. It don't look symmetrical. And then we'll come in fatten those up and give them a little bit more of an organic. I'm going to do the same thing on the other one. Thicker in some places, thinner in others. And just carry it down to a tiny, tiny little bit at the base of the tail. We're just going to make that little spot a little wider there. There we go. Yeah? Now we're going to do one here on his cheek. He's already got a little mole on his cheek, so. On this cheek one, we're going to make it nice and fat right there up by the cheek. And we're going to bring that one all the way down past that mole, and we're going to go into this recess with it. I'm going to come out of that recess and I'm going to bring it down his leg. Into another shadow. There. Now all I'm doing is following the basic concepts. It's a much smaller mini, so in that case, I see in his armpit he's got like this smaller black little stripe, and so I'm going to kind of make one right there. We're going to pull off of his face here. And we're going to come up underneath the body. I am varying the size and thickness of this as I go along. That nice organic feel. We'll get that right up underneath the leg. And I'm just going to trickle just a wee bit of that out into this area underneath of his tail where I made his tail spotted, so you get that kind of a thing going on. He's got spots on a lot of his green, so I'm just going to make a few of those. Interestingly enough, his spots are kind of close. He's got like spots that are maybe 3 different sizes at the most. As in the, not the blotches, but we're talking spots here. So I'll add a couple up on the face just to kind of tie it in. Now what I don't want to do is I don't want to drop him on the wet side of his body. So we're going to pick up, while he dries, we'll pick up this other guy. And I'll show you what I did with the spots. So what I did to balance him is, again, we're going for this. So what I did to balance him is I started with the larger spots because that black is going to kind of dominate. So I choose the little, I'll put a couple of little ones just on the feet because he's got some tiny ones on his feet. Don't want to draw too much attention to the feet. Get kind of a big one there, and then take with a very small amount of paint and dance around small spots, leaving plenty of the green showing through, because that teal green kind of gives him, you know, it highlights the situation. His feet are really dark because we don't want a lot of attention drawn to his feet. Now, of course, the frog doesn't have a tail, so I decided that much like the legs have green spots, we would, have black spots, we would make his tail have black spots. And I'm just using a couple of little hairs on the side of the brush to get these tiny spots. and pressing a little bit harder with the brush to get the spots that are a little bit larger. Honestly, if you look closely at that frog, I think you might be really surprised how symmetrical his spots are. This guy was actually chosen by somebody for a theme when we first started streaming. Dave might actually remember it. I never did get my my squigs. But we had a little thing for ideas on painting the squigs, and my favorite was the definitely the salamanders. There was some salamander themes. Okay, so once I've got that on there. Yeah, somebody did choose pink squigs. At that exact time, though, if you remember going back, my wifey was painting pink squigs. Rihanna, how are you doing? Okay, so same concept on this guy. Right, he's got these mushrooms, which we're going to paint like those poisonous ones. Same concept, though, as we come into him. I'm going to actually go off of the last one that I did because the shaping is so much better. So we're going to do a little blip on this leg where we're wider at the top. Or we could go into the, no fibers allowed. We could go into the recess of the shadows right there and then come out and go back into the recesses of the shadows. We don't want them to be identical. We just want them to be similar. A little bit more right there. Make a stripe, and we'll come over here and we'll just maybe even make that stripe just a little bit lower on this side. But longer. There we go. One of the things you also don't want to do is, after all that work with the highlighting and building the lights and darks on him, you don't want to just cover up all your highlights. So getting in here and getting this worked out just right with the balance of dark to light so that your values still stay good is going to be important, because you don't want to lose all of that. You want to enhance it. So it's sort of like wearing makeup. Now, like around the horn here, that would be an area where honestly I would change and come back to the spots. Because if you put a big old stripe right around the horn here, you're going to lose a lot of these values. I mean, if we did a teeny tiny little pinstripe, it might work, but I kind of like this idea. Who knows? Maybe the guys with the horns have some spots. Right? After all, it is a squig and not technically a frog. Getting in here under the legs and kind of making that dark area, utilizing the black both as his stripe and to kind of use it as his shadow. That works out really good. So and same thing on the other side. Now on this side, I'm going to want to try to keep the lighter areas. So putting little spots, just a few in the lighter areas, and the bigger spots maybe in the darker areas, so that you can get a little bit more of the light showing through, the lighter color rather, than just covering it with all the black. And remember, it's nature, so it's not like, I mean, this frog, honestly, this particular frog that we chose here, that you guys liked, is quite symmetrical. Like I said, it's pretty amazing, actually, what a symmetrical little creature it is. As far as the dots are concerned. So see, I left that part of the leg open there that had the light orange on it as we come around and do his shadows here, because that light orange is going to be really nice to accentuate and show off what is actually the shadowed side.
We got our first viewer from D-Live. Awesome, 68.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome a D-Live viewer. Look at that. Spreading the love, you guys. Spreading the love. And then we're just going to get one little welcome aboard the crazy pirate ship and all of our antics, mate. We're painting a squig, as you can see. We're working on keeping his big sexy values, but still getting our froggo stripes in there. Here's our inspiration. Actually, the crew was the inspiration because they picked the squigs like shoots a couple years ago, and I just never got around to getting the squigs. I wasn't really super inspired about those squigs until my wife started painting one and wanted to do a squigathon. So I was like, okay, well, I should probably grab some squigs. All right, and there it is. Oh, sorry, Dave. Sorry, am I like floating off? I'm sorry. Greetings, Paul John. Greetings. All right, let's see what we got. So here he is. This is dark side. His very fleshy, nice face. I like the way the faces. I'm happy with the faces. I really am. And his other side. You like him? Now we're going to do the mushrooms next, but first he's got to sit and dry. Let me see how the belly looks. Yeah, okay. Oh, thank you, Juju. Thank you. So we got this guy here, and we got to get his belly. I'm going to go under the leg with his as well. That's a great place to make that shadow and to come up from. So like when you're making these organic stripes like this, that's just a really great way to get the flow of the stripe and then kind of like hide the end. All right. Well, thank you, Hasso. And if you have any questions, or you need our other links or anything like that, you are more than welcome to ask in chat. We love questions. We love to help every level of painter that we can. Oh, some of you guys out there are way better painters than I am. So, you know, then I really can't offer too much help. But hey, I do what I can. I do what I can. These are our poisonous squigs that we're making. These have been sitting around for a minute in our... the idea has been sitting around for a minute. The squigs, actually, I just got them. And we're just making some organic stripes here. Kind of getting a feel for this guy. And sort of trying to stay on track with our theme. So it came down from his face and over his leg on the other side. So we're going to go ahead and do that over here. And that'll keep us out of that light orange area as well. Right? We'll drop down a little bit into the green on that one, okay? Giving it a little bit more shade. And then we'll go up a little bit at the end. And that way we can kind of keep it in the darker area, still keeping a lot of the lighting that we need for this part. Also leaving us all these nice spaces for our little spots. And on the spacing on the spots, you know, you guys, it's just a matter of guessing. Kind of take a look at what you're working on and then just sort of make your spot. And then you can make the little ones first and then come in and tie in your big ones, or vice versa. Hey, Danny. How you doing? Thank you very much, Hasso. Yeah, we do dig our detail around here. That's one of the things I've been trying to figure out how maybe not to stress so much about, but I don't know. I'm just beginning to feel like the OCD is the winner. So on the legs, not too many of the big spots, mostly on this frog. If you look at him, he has a really tiny. And I don't want to draw too much attention to the feet. So I kind of kept the spots a minimum on those. Looking under the belly. I don't want to mess up his spots. I'm going to have to do this one from far away. Hang on, guys. There, it was just a little blotch on the bottom of his tail that I kind of wanted to get. I like it that way. All right, now we'll take a look at these guys side by side. You know, working through it, Danny. I'm telling you, 2020 is still kicking me in the balls. I mean, I thought it was over with, and then this morning I got the news, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Good night, Neko. Take care, sweetheart. Be beautiful. Okay, now all we need is their little mushrooms. And in order to do the little mushrooms, we're gonna need oh, I just wanted to make sure that the bottom was white. I thought it was. I was pretty sure that it was, but I just need to double check on that to make sure. Did I steal a mouse from you, Geek? I apologize.
Sure.
So it is, the bottom of this mushroom is white. Now, one of the things we have to do is we have to wait for this black to dry because you remember that we needed to come in with a little bit of vermilion. And we need to come in with a little bit of vermilion and glaze the orange to give it that pop. What are you up to this evening, Danny? You're here awfully late, aren't you? So let's see. Yeah, we're going to do a little bit of ink for that. Now, I do have some transparent red, but it still has a little bit. I don't know. I just don't know if that's going to work. So I'm going to put a tiny bit of red ink out here. I don't know. That red's looking mighty fire engine too, but it's going to really go good over the orange because what we're looking for is that vermilion color that the frog has. And I just want to put a little bit right up around the face. If a little bit gets on your black, don't even stress it. Just right around the horn and the front of the face, a very thin glaze just to give the orange a little lift. Oh, excellent. How is Jex doing? In the meantime, what I can do is get in here with some beautiful vibrant red. And this is one of those things I actually tell people not to do, which is when you're making your base, not to add anything that's too crazy detailed or vibrant because it can steal the show from your main focus. But I'm going to go ahead and do this with the red mushrooms and see how I like it. Because I just felt like I was really going to enjoy the red mushrooms. Also, it's a poisonous squig. So it just felt right. You know? Like here's this squig who's poison and he's running through the poison mushrooms. Okay, let's put him down and then let's pick this guy up and do the same thing. Paul, it has been a ride, mate. It has been a ride. Have you, by any chance, heard about Fabius yet? "2020 just keeps dishing out surprises." As if it didn't give us enough while it was here. So we lost Fabius on the 28th of December. Fabius passed. I don't have all of the details as of yet. The way it goes is that the house caught fire, and Fabius and his aunt, who was his roommate, made it out of the fire and made it to the I don't know like what injuries were sustained or anything like that, but they made it out of the house safely, is what I was told, and to the hospital. And Forbias didn't make it and passed at the hospital. I do not know. Apparently, there was more information that was going to be needed before.
We got another live.
Well, hello, D-Live viewer, and welcome. Welcome. We're painting squigs today and talking about some very sad news that happened in our community. But welcome, welcome.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Yeah, I actually don't know whether he died of like smoke inhalation or if it was actually his health that couldn't handle it.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Thank you so much for the follow. We are working on our follower goal on all the platforms. You guys, look, I think that worked out. What do you think? Look at that. What do you think? Well, Gary, I don't speak Turkish. Iyad speaks a little sorry, Geek speaks a little Arabic. Oh, I can also see that already popping. So I don't really know that it detracts. What do you think? I think it works out, actually. Well, it's nice to see you. Welcome to the ship. We are doing a little squig painting and talking a little story. Yes, Ford Fitch, it was a really, really rough day for me. My eyes are just, I'm tired of it all. I want it all. I don't want any of this. And you know, though, the really wonderful part for those of you who weren't here is that we got to see Forbias Christmas Eve, and Forbias gave me a Christmas present.
Also donated a lemon. I don't know what lemon is.
I don't know what a lemon is, Hasso. But thank you. We're going to get a little bit of that red ink, remember, that I was talking about, and you're going to mix it like really thin when you do this, you guys. You want, because you can always come back with more, but if you put too much on, then that can end up messing up your project. Is there a Wapelius in here? Hi, your name is like blending on my screen. How are you doing, Wapelius? It's nice to see you. So a little bit on the gums to bring out that nice pinkish gum, and then we're going to use a little bit of it over the orange to bring out the more vermilion areas around the face. Well, thank you, Kitten. Thank you. I don't feel nice, and that is so nice of you guys to say that. I greatly appreciate it. I'm feeling chunky and tired, and my heart is just so heavy, you guys. I came here because I knew that if Forbias were still around, if he wasn't feeling good, this is where he'd go. So I came here to see about feeling better. That maybe the painting, and also his family contacted me, Forbias and Geek and I, we are friends IRL, and his family contacted me to tell me because his aunt told the family he would want the captain to know, and that captain would tell the crew. So I kind of felt it my responsibility to let everybody know what had happened. Oh, well, you know what? Maybe I should slap a corset on it. You know what? I cannot say the geek doesn't appreciate the rump portion of this. Yes, I'm chunky. I'm not used to this. Yes, Wavy has a, his name is either navy blue or black, and I can barely see it. It's so nice to see you, Wapelius. Hey, you guys, for all you guys that are out there that stream or streamer friends that we have in the chat today, please put your information in the chat for everybody to share. Oh, Thick, I'm sorry. Okay, well, I don't know. I kind of consider myself, okay, All right. We'll go with that. We'll go with that, Dova. Kitten, I am thick. And as Geek says, fat, P-H-A-T. I am too, Danny. I just spent, like, I didn't even know. I just, I just saw him. Here's the thing I am so grateful for. So I took him, The Butterfly Lord by Brush for Hire. He loved it. He just ripped it open while I was there, and he was just like, oh my gosh, this is so beautiful. And tell Brush I said thank you. And then he said, I have a Christmas present for you. And he gave me Mac for Bias, the Battle Turtle. And we hugged, and we were going to get together after the new year and do a thing. And I'm going to do a community get together that involves that dragon he was painting last. I'm going to talk to Reaper about it and see what their ideas are on putting together some kind of a thing for Bias. But I have to wait for the family to get a hold of me. You have to give people time to breathe and process before I get the details and find out if they need anything. Oh, yes, Bobcat. I know, right? That's a good word. My dad used to tell me never give up on Raquel Welch, because that's who you're going to grow up to look like. That's what my dad used to tell me when I was a kid. Well, and that as a kid, you're kind of like, well, Dad, like, I want to be something like whatever you want to be like that was current. Well, Elvis Presley was, I was way, way out of my, seriously, I was born in the wrong time, you guys, for real. Yes. And, the other one he's telling me was Sophia Loren. That was the other one. All right. So on this guy, we're going to come in here. Now you want to make sure, so you want this to be super thin. That might not even be thin enough. You can test a little bit in the shadows. Oh, it looks really good. And what we're doing is these areas around the face, we're going to come in here and give him a little wash. And you're going to see when I put them side by side, this is not a wash. I'm sorry. This is a glaze. Forgive me. When I put them side, and what you're going to do is pick up the little areas and then drag them right over to the shadow. Okay. And then and then there won't be any brush strokes. Watch. You just you're going to put this little glaze on and just go right to the black, right like there, right where that shadow is, where that stripe is. But wait till you see what a difference this makes to the orange, okay? So we kind of want him to be bright colored with that really, really good vermilion. I'm thinking about maybe doing like an online vigil, you guys, like a wake. What do you think about something like that? Okay. Watch. See the difference in it being light orange or it having that vermilion glow? That's what I think too, Dave. I think that would be cool. And then, now let me show you the frog so you can see. So the top one's the one we just put the glaze on to get that vermilion. The bottom one is the orange before the red glaze. Okay, and I did a little bit, notice I tied in the gums. I did a little bit on the gums. So you get a little more red out of the gums, a little bit more. Now hang on just a second, we'll go to that frog. Okay, sorry, that's the mushroom. Hang tight. I'll go to the frog. There we go. Right? So that's closer to what you got going on with this frog. No, it's okay. It's okay, Danny. I mean, I get it. It's a sad thing, and there's just a lot that 2020 dished out. Took from us, for real. I mean, Then I come back into the areas that are kind of a little darker and just add a little bit more of that vermilion into the orange just to get a little bit more of that pop in color, even in some of the shadows, because the frog really has quite a bit of vermilion showing through, and this really does help. It really does. I mean, it doesn't seem like a lot right now, but if you were doing it, you would see how much that helps. We'll put them by the other frog and we'll see. Oh, he appreciates that, but he's really not this tiny. Yeah, Danny, I know that. And sometimes you do. Oh, you saved a little tree frog, not a poisonous one, I hope. Wash your hands. Wash your hands. All right. There they are. And all that is that made that orange change is that little bit of red ink glaze that gave that vermilion glow to that orange. Now let's look at the frog. Right? So if you look at this guy, we're going to look at him for a minute. All right. And look at the frog. Look at this guy. But now look at the frog. And look at this guy. See how that changed it? Yeah, sometimes the strength part is the tough part because people are just like, oh, you're fine. You're not, she doesn't, you know, she's strong. She's whatever. And they just kind of blow you off. That's kind of the hard part for me sometimes because I really do experience some of this stuff pretty heavy. I really do. Please, if you say anything about Fabius, Danny, please put it in a whisper. Don't just shout it out in a channel, okay? We like to be courteous about people's streams and not just blurt stuff like that out, okay? So if you want to tell him, you can let him know the captain sent you, and that's really wonderful. But please private message, okay? It's just the polite thing to do for someone's stream. Riser, I really appreciate it. Wow, thank you. That I really need that right now too. I'm having a lot of, you know, I'm going through a lot of, I guess, self-doubting period of life or some weird shit like that. We're going to focus on these mushrooms for just a minute now. And once these mushrooms are done and we put the white spots on, believe it or not, we completed these guys. And 2 squigs at this level of detail. Yeah, Wavy, you would DM somebody. You wouldn't blurt. You're not like that. You didn't do that, did you, Wavy? Nah, you're just being a brat. Riser, you know, I'm working on it. It's actually part of our whole goal about, you know, getting on multi-platforms and getting the YouTube going. Opening the Patreon. I have a couple of students, and that's really feeling good. Thank you for that follow. All the follows on all the platforms are coming along. And I'll tell you, Riser, one of the most inspirational things to me that has happened is Acid Burn. Acid Burn's been taking some classes from me, and I have got to tell you that watching somebody develop that quickly, like you start at one point and then you're just talking it out and you're telling them, you know, what they need to do. And I swear to goodness, it's like he got so good so quick that I was like, wait a minute. I kind of might know what I'm doing. So that was really inspirational for me. And Geek is the one that encouraged me to do that. Yeah, see, kitten? Yeah, I know, right? It's like Geek likes to be told that like he's doing a good job, you know? And you look at he's this like big burly bearded man and nobody thinks that about him. I totally get you. It's like sometimes you just need to lay your head in somebody's lap and just have them, you know, push your hair back and say, it's going to be okay. You're doing a good job. Everything is okay. Yeah, that's one of the things is, so I'm very I'm bipolar in many ways. And one of them is very masculine, feminine. And, Geek would tell you a little more masculine than feminine sometimes. But my grandma taught me how to be a lady when you need to.
Still working on that.
I'm still working on it. Yeah, so it really did, Riser. It did wonders for me. But when my dad kind of knew that there was trouble to be had when I was little and I got sent home. And the reason that I got sent home was because I knocked the crap out of a couple of little boys. Now, they were really being ugly. And they were picking on somebody smaller than them, and I didn't like that. And my dad knew at that point that he had his hands full. But one of his things was that as long as my fight was for a purpose, he didn't tell me like I was a bad kid for it or I was awful, In fact, I'll tell you, there was this one kid that had a hook, he had no hand on one arm and he had a metal hook. And he was trying to okay, I had this bike. This is before my dad wanted me to prove to him I could take care of a bike. So my dad built me a bike from spare parts from all around, okay? And he said, so I wanted this, oh my gosh, I wanted this super expensive, super sexy 10-speed. And my dad was like, well, I don't know whether or not you can even take care of a bike. And I was like, no, I can. And he said, well, I'll tell you what, I'll get you a bike. So he and his friend, my uncle, they got together and they built me this bike. It's a really nice bike. It's banana seat bike, supposed to be, and it was outdated. That was another thing. I was like, Dad, that is so outdated. And he goes, that's not the point. I like to ride girls around. I was always hanging out with all the girls. And so he's like, okay, the banana seat gives you room to ride girls around, this, that, and this. So they really thought about everything. It was really cool. So I left the bike. So the cars pull into the park and I left the bike laying on the concrete, was playing in the park, and a car backed over my bike. So I chained my bike to the jungle gym because I didn't want my dad to know, with the intention to collect the parts and fix the bike myself. Now I showed up, I got a couple of my buddies together and we showed up on Saturday. So the deal was to go down to the other uncle's house and find out where he could get us some bike parts to put it back together, to not let my dad know that I didn't take care of the bike. Okay. So we got together, we go down to the park, and there's this kid. I am not kidding. This is a true story. He had a hook on his hand, like he had a hand, like Captain Hook. He had a hook. Not that kind of a hook, though. His hook was like mandibles. He could pick things up with it and stuff. It was really cool, very advanced. And he was stealing parts off my bike. And that didn't go over well. So first of all, my friend, young man who goes to defend my honor, jumps in and gets his ass kicked. Then this kid threatens him with his hook. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it's a raid in the middle of the story. So you guys are gonna have to push pause on that story. No! Kitten, I'm totally telling the truth!
Stop blowing holes in my ship!
Oh my gosh! How are you? Welcome, Raiders. Thank you for the shout out. Raiders, pull out those cutlasses and chop the word raid right off the end of that title. Give us a refresh so you count as original viewers. Thank you, Riser, for all of the beautiful rum. Welcome. How was your stream? So my alerts are a little bit different. Forgive me. Let me see. Let me make sure it announced. Okay, let's see. There we go. Painting big. Wow, long time no see. How are you? We are painting some squigs, and we are almost done. I was telling a really weird story, and then you guys rated us. How was the stream? Oh, yes, look at Dave. See, Dave's already got, look at you go, Dave. Look at you go. That's right. Click the captain's icon, and that way you won't lose the chat. So we are doing some hold on, I didn't get the vermilion on this one. So we'll go with the one that's got the vermilion. So we're doing some squigs. Our inspiration about 2 years ago, everybody voted this as one of the ways to paint some squigs. And I've had this in my inspiration file, but never got the squigs. And I just got the squigs about a month ago. Geek got them for me. There was no bike rack. Kitten, there was no bike rack. I chained it, but that doesn't keep you from taking things off like tires and bike chain and stuff like that. There you are. Oh, thank you. We have 2 of them that are painted like little rascals here. We finished up the gums and the teeth today. We got the horn all done. We got all the highlights and shadows on. We were just finalizing the spots and stripes. And then lastly, I got to go in and finish up these little mushrooms. And a little bit, you'll notice one is a little bit more vermilion than the other, looking a little more like the frog. Although I can't say that maybe leaving this other guy a little bit different color might not be cool. You know what I mean? I mean, it's, you know, a little variety. It might be cool to leave him that way. No, oh my gosh, you guys, with the story. Okay, so I was telling them the story about this kid who had a hook. He had a hook for a hand when I was about 9 or 10, and he was stealing parts off my bike. No, the story goes that this other young man that came with me jumped up to defend my honor, and he threatened him with his hook, and he swung at him with it. I commenced in pummeling the kid with the hook and removing it from his arm. Then their parents, I kicked his ass, I totally kicked his ass. Then their parents showed up on my dad's doorstep and were going to file a formal complaint against me that I was violent and uncontrollable and all this other stuff. And my dad was like, well, you know what? I disarmed him. Oh my God, Bobcat, that is great. I did. I totally disarmed him. And I got my bike parts back. Dishooked, yes. And my dad was like, well, did you hear the story about what your son did? Well, they didn't believe it, but of course my father stood by me. And then I had the 2 boys that were with me that were witnesses. But in a nutshell, basically, I took on this kid that effectively was using his hook as a weapon against another child. And anyway, my dad found out about the wrecked bike. But the way it went was, because of the fact that I tried to figure it out on my own, and that I was honorable enough to realize it was my responsibility and decide to tend to it on my own, guess who got a super sexy, expensive 10-speed for their birthday? Yes. So I was kind of like, oh, well, that was really cool. Oh, it was amazing. It was like the coolest bike ever. I was just so stoked, and it was so sexy. It was like metallic gold. Like nobody had a bike like mine at school. No, not Dave, not the kid with the hook. No, not the kid with the hook. All right, you guys. So we are working on follower and viewership goals right now. As you can see, we're doing a multi-platform stream. We have a couple of people here from D Live checking us out. Hopefully a few people from YouTube Live. And we are almost done with these squigs. Almost. Look at these little babies. Now, my question would be, Geek, is are we even able to raid anymore?
Yeah, we can raid with everybody who's in Twitch.
Ah, okay. Excellent. All right, so I was just going to pick up here and grab a little bit more red paint and finish up these mushrooms. I think I'm going to leave this guy. I don't know. I kind of like it. I kind of like the way they just look a little bit different in shade. What do you guys think? What are your thoughts? This little bit more orange one and this little bit vermilion one? Or get the vermilion? Oh, thank you, Dave. Thank you. Do you think we should get the vermilion in there, or do you think he looks good with a little bit like the orange? That's what I thought too, Juju. I thought it kind of like sets them apart. All right, so I got to get in here and get the bases here on these. Let me make sure you guys are in focus. We want to get these little mushrooms here. I want to get the red out. I'm leaving the base part till last. And remember, if you guys are a streamer, I know, so it's been a little bit weird with the shout outs. And a little bit weird with my chat. Hang on just a minute. Painting Big, did you get a shout out? If you didn't, will you please shout yourself out? We're still getting used to the multi-stream chat and everything. So if you didn't get a shout out, please feel free to shout yourself out. And if you have any work, anybody that's out there, if you have any work that you want to share, please share your work, share your Instagram. Let's see what you've been working on. Or what your plans are. You know what you could do is you could totally put your resolutions or your inspirations for the new year in there and just be like, ooh, I want to paint this in 2021. I want to paint that in 2021. It doesn't even have to be something you're working on. So I left the part that's under the mushrooms till last so that as we paint the mushrooms, we don't have to dance around that little bit on the bottom. It also looks like I missed a toenail here. Oh, none of his toenails are painted black. Apparently, he was not at the salon on time. They were supposed to have their toenails painted black. Almost. I almost had it all. Okay. Hi, Orchrist. How are you doing? Well, you know, that's not, actually, that's not a lot. That's not an unrealistic amount to lose in a year. My stepdad was really big at one time, and he lost 100 pounds in a year at one point in time. Yeah, I know the feeling, Orchrist. It's been trust me when I tell you, it's going around. The whole reason I decided to come stream was because I was having a pretty rough day myself, mate. I'm sorry to hear that. I never like to hear that. I like to be a bright place for people to go, but it's been a little bit of a funky day for me too, Mom. Little bit of a funky day. We're going to leave that guy sit here for a second and come to these mushrooms and just confirm we've got the toenails painted black and the mushrooms are all doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is being pretty and red. Want to be real careful because, handling him would have been better for me to put him on all my holders have minis on them that I'm working on right now. Oh, yeah, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Orchrist. We've had those days too. Wait. The only thing that... Okay, so since things change, Geek, will the only thing that shouts out be, are you watching the chat, Geek?
Yeah. I don't think we have Painting Big's information.
Painting Big, can you shout out all of your information in the chat to make sure we have it in the database? If you would, my friend. You guys, that way we can give our raiders a follow. I'm sorry, our raider a follow. I mean, you can give your raiders a follow if you want, but yeah. Okay, so this little guy, what I need to do is I need to get some varnish out. So the mushrooms seem to be a little bit fragile. So I'm going to get some, oh, look at this. Oh my God, you guys, it's so exciting. Look what Diomedes Industries gave me for Christmas. Ah! Look at that. Look at that. Brrr. Delicious. Captain loves the high gloss and the matte medium. And I do love me some Liquitex. Yes. Sniff that goodness. Sniff that good. Oh, yummy. There we go. Yeah, I'm just so excited about it. You don't know. I've gone through like 3 of these, Dave. This is amazing. I like it big. And for all those you guys who are raiders that came in, this is for Bias, the gentleman who left us recently. This is what he gave me for Christmas. This is the Mac for Bias, the Battle Turtle. Isn't he glorious? He has all kinds of treasure. Who, AJ? That's a heavy goal, mate. Oh, everything for Orcrist came up. So maybe we don't have their I know, but I'm gonna paint the base here really quick with some black. This, you know, not knowing what color I'm doing the base, this will at least give me the shadows. I could definitely use like a brown or something, but honestly, I can totally change the color on this just by giving it a little wash later. But it definitely just kind of gives it a little bit of that finished look, you know. Oops, sorry guys. Yeah, that helps. There we go. There we go. It just kind of gives it that finished look. I'm going to come back with some brown and we'll fix that. But for right now, it just, the gray always looks at, especially when it's overpainted like that, because I was not worrying about where the colors of the mushrooms went. But yeah. That gray always look, even when you paint something gray, do you ever notice how you look back on it? You keep coming back and going, oh, wait, did I paint that? Did I paint that? Or is that raw model there? Oh, don't touch him after you touch the black. Okay, that black's got to dry. And then I was going to do the little mushrooms. So the mushroom seems to be a little bit fragile. Oh, but you know, that is good. I like stretch goals. I do. I really like when people like, you know, you set the goals out there and go. I like that though. When I say that, I don't mean that from a discouraging standpoint. I mean like you go kind of a standpoint, AJ. That's awesome. Does everybody in here does everybody in here know what you do? Do we have all of your information? Hopefully we do. I haven't seen much of you lately, but you know, the holidays have made everybody a wee bit scarce. I get it. Perfect. I think I got it in all the right places. Now, we've got to do a little wash on those stems actually before we go and put the varnish in there. So they need to set up. So it'll just take just a second. Yeah, I can get that. I actually left. I was in corporate retail for years. I've actually owned a couple of businesses as well, AJ. And actually, one of the reasons that I left was because the corporate was just burning me out, and I had no time for my family. And to be honest with you, actually, Geek is the one that talked me into starting up the whole Captain Mad Love thing and doing that because yeah, it's just crazy out there, and he felt like it would be healthier for me, and in the long run, it would be a good retirement program for both of us. That doesn't matter, AJ. You can still share your information. We support this channel. We support all kinds of artists. We really do. And you never know that what you have may be what somebody in here wants to, you know, hang on their wall or put in their car or share with their dog, or you never know. You never know. You know, there's some things that we are a little bit more, hey, okay, let's not go that far. But we have a cross stitch artists that come in here. We have a welder that comes in here. We have a couple seamstresses that come in here. Someone has bacon. What? No, Bobcat, I'm not giving up. This is gonna be the thing that Geek and I are doing. This is gonna be the retirement. In the long run. In the long run. Now for the mushrooms, for the stems of the mushrooms, I'm coming in here with some flesh tone. These are those mushrooms that technically have white butts on them. And I'm coming in here with some flesh wash and putting that on there to give some shadow and some separation in the mushrooms, but not turn them too dark. We kind of want to keep that very light color there. And we're going to do the same thing to this little guy here. And, oh, and the little guy's on his back. Trying not to get too much of this on his skin so you don't change that beautiful job that you've done building up all the shadows. Just a little bit right around the base where it touches to his skin to get that little bit of a shadow. And you want to do the same thing on these other guys here. Now these mushrooms on this guy, they're a wee bit larger and they have a little bit of texture up underneath of them. So I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit of this on the underside as well to create a shadow, because I'm going to come back with a little bit of white on a brush. Those are really tiny, so as you can see, those guys are, it worked on them. We kind of had to put a little bit extra to get it up underneath of these. There you go. So you can see what's going on there. Yeah, you never know. You never know. AJ, there you go. Oh, I could never do insurance. Yeah, you know, my father actually suffered a mental breakdown because so my dad was like real big deal building inspector for the state of California and shit. And when he first got cancer, and then of course, you know, that's going to impede upon your working ability, and the state of California was just a total and absolute nightmare for him. It really was. I mean, they fought him so hard on this. Crazy to me, the insurance company, you know, to take care of your health sort of a thing. I don't really know all the details, but what I do know is that at some point, I believe, because my dad told me, it drove me to a mental breakdown. So, but I was just like, oh my gosh. I mean, they just, sometimes I feel like corporate just doesn't care. It's like people are just part of the mortar that holds things together. And there's always more people to grind up and spit out. So anyway, AJ, can you give us your information so we can shout you out in the channel? Sorry, you guys, I'm totally out of focus. All right, let's get in on these squiggles. There we go. Okay. So the mushrooms are drying. And they're so close to done. Like, wow, we're really going to finish something on stream? Dave, you need to put this in the book of Who Gives a Shit. All right, now, here's the thing. To put the spots on the mushrooms, let me go back to the mushrooms really quick over here for my own personal viewing. So these mushrooms are not, these spots are not terribly symmetrical, but you will definitely need a very fine tipped brush. There, if you can gather that for AJ. What about like Instagram or anything like that, AJ? Anything else? Hold on. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna take a teeny moment here. These actually are gonna need to be slimy in many places, but I'm gonna take a moment out because I am handling them and my gloves are a little bit rough. Hold on. Let's just take this gal. I don't even know how I'm gonna. I don't even know how I'm gonna super glue them. Hold on. Wait. Oh my God, that camera in my hood. I know, right? Yes, Twitter's good. There we go. Put it all, everything you have, AJ, everything you have. We need to learn more about you. No, don't fall over. You just stay right there. Making the squig stay. I know, right? Midnight, would you stop? Are you okay? Midnight's over there like falling asleep. Hold on. I am going to grab one of these and not spray it on the squig. And ugly brush. There's a very ugly brush here somewhere. Mm. Well, then maybe it's good that you're sleeping in here. Oh, okay. Well, there we go. See? Well, you should just go to sleep and take a nap. You know what you should do? You should turn it on midnight. You should turn on the channel and then make it a thing to lie down and take a really good nap. Okay. This might keep my fingers off of these squigs. All right. While we finish this part. I would love a full night's sleep. That would be glorious. I tend to not really get a lot of that. But hey, you know what? I am blessed that I am able to have the opportunity to take a nap in the day. Oh, really? Seriously? Come on, Squig. Come on. We don't have this kind of time. Hold on, you guys. They're being very obstinate little fellows. The little piece of the little piece of terrain that they stand on is oh, I have to tell you guys something amazing. I have to tell you something amazing. I didn't think about this. Okay. When I first started putting together miniatures, which I don't do a lot, usually Geek does. But when I first started gluing stuff together, I can't stand for the glue to, I can't wait. So I started using this product. Now, several people actually came on stream and told me that if you use this product, that your miniatures are more likely to break apart when they hit the floor if they do at a game shop or something, or if they fall over or whatever, that this makes the super glue brittle and they will break apart. But what it works really good for is when you want to put your miniature on a base, because that is true. It really did. I found out that the glue just does not hold as good. But if you want to put your miniature on a base temporarily to work on it, you can just stick a razor knife right underneath the edge of them and they pop right off. So, hey, check that out. Yeah, but Dave, you've been through an accident recently, and so your body's trying to heal, so pain is going to wake you up. All right. Now we have the little squiggle. There. And what they're going to have, hold on, I'm going to back out a little. There we go. What they're going to have is some of that varnish. So I'm going to get a brush with some nice, I like the long throw. But you know what? The varnish is going to have to sit. So I'll tell you what we're going to do. This is actually matte varnish, you guys. What we're going to do with this guy is we're going to give him his varnish. And then we're going to take our love and go visit somebody with a raid. I like to let varnish, if I can, if I'm varnishing like the whole character and I actually have the time to allow it to rest, I like the varnish to rest overnight if I get the opportunity. I don't find that it's terrible if I don't. The other thing is when I put varnish on, any varnish of any color, I prefer to apply it with a brush, and I will be honest with you, I'm very careful about that varnish not getting into the recesses. The area that would be in the recesses will be very, very thin. I do thin the varnish with a wee bit of distilled water, just like you do the paint. You don't need to get the varnish like all up in the cracks, because the varnish is for protection, and who's going to get like up in the cracks, right? So I just put a very small amount on the brush and try to hit all the very important areas that may get touched by hands. And that way, now this is going to dry matte. Okay. It's going to dry matte. And then we're going to be able to come back and I've got to put the spots on the mushrooms. And then we've also got to put him, and we'll do that next. You know what? We'll do their little bit of terrain that they're running through. We'll do that. What are we on? Oh, we're on Tuesday. So, so we can look, so let's say Friday. We can look forward to putting these guys on their little terrain, their platform, their display, if you will. Because we've got to put the gloss varnish like around the gums. That's very important. The eyes, all the areas we want to be super sharp. Well, he's a frog guy, so he's probably also going to have that glossy varnish on his skin as well. Right now, I'm adding this matte varnish to make sure that everything that I might touch with my fingers is protected. Also, it helps the paint seal. Set. I mean, it's kind of like a catalyst. That would be a better way of putting it. Mushrooms. And I actually have some spare mushrooms that I got out of a bit box. Check it. Oh, let's make sure that we get all the extra. You want to double check that you have a brush that can wick all. You don't want any buildup of varnish in any of the recesses. Although I will tell you that I haven't had this problem with the varnishes by Liquitex. It's something to think about. Anywhere where there may be a little buildup, sometimes a little bubble can get underneath of it. And you don't want that buildup. That's one of the reasons why people spray them. I personally prefer different types of varnish. There we go. Different types of varnish like matte and whatnot. There we go. There he is. Who is the guy? What are we talking about, Dave? What are we talking about, Geek?
Talking about gilding minis. Like the gold leaf gilding.
Oh, okay. All right, so here we are. He's got, basically this is his seal. Now we can, the other thing that's nice about the matte varnish is if you want to come back in and get crazy and get like more shadow and whatnot built up, matte varnish you can build on top of gloss varnish. You could do it. It's just that it's a little bit more difficult because it doesn't have any tooth for the paint to build on. So this is our matte varnish. And our first guy, there he is. This is our second guy. And all I've got to do really is let that varnish set and then come in here and get those white spots on the mushrooms, and then the shiny area is done with the shiny. So I feel like that was a pretty good stream. I also got to, you know, I am loving, by the way, I don't feel like those extremely crazy, beautiful mushrooms at the bottom detracted from him. I feel like it kind of added to the whole picture a little bit. So I'm pretty happy with that. All right. So what we're going to do is these little guys are going to dance all night. Chase their tails in circles like that, or however that goes. And they're going to sit there and then, wait, did that happen? Hold on. Oh no, okay, that was an optical illusion. I can handle that. It's still not as mad. I'm still not as mad as I want it to be. Like, this isn't even the professional. Oh, I want it to be more matte than that. When I find it, it will be amazing. In the meantime, let's see. We're going to go raid Mike Disney. Mike Disney. And so here's the thing for all you guys that are out there. For all you guys out there on the multi-platforms, if you'll do me a favor, can you go follow on, if you enjoyed it here, and you might like some alerts and then to come back and hang out. Can you go give a follow on all of my platforms? We are working on a viewership goal at this point in time. We are building. I also have a Patreon if you guys are interested in that. We are really getting things ironed out during January, and hopefully Patreon's going to have a lot more to deliver as we get to the end of January and open up in February. I do have several spaces still open for students. If anybody wants to come on board with that, if you have some personal goals for 2021 you want to talk about. The only thing that I tell everybody that I am not doing at this time is I am not doing non-metallic metal. NMM is something I am not doing until I get where I want to be with it. Good night, Trader. Thank you so much for joining us, mate. We need to get together and have a game day. It's been far too long. Far, far, far too long. Anybody? I want you to know I really appreciate all the follows and I appreciate the viewership. I also appreciate you guys coming here this evening and hanging out with me. This whole thing has been, I mean, 2020 was rough with the dad thing, but then getting that message about For Bias this afternoon was just, I don't even know what to tell you guys other than thank you. And once I hear back from For Bias's family, I will reach out to you guys. I will make sure there's time, like not a last minute thing, so you can plan for it. And we will do some sort of a community thing. I'm thinking a visual would be really nice, you know, like a wake. And that would be cool. Maybe I'm going to talk to Reaper about that dragon project and see what they have to say. He never got a chance to finish the dragon, and I would like very much to finish that project for him, and then also do a community project maybe with that dragon as well. Volkson, good night. Thank you so much for joining me. I greatly appreciate it. You guys have been amazing as always. So give me a follow on the other platforms, you guys. As we expand, we want to include everybody. I appreciate you. I will see you guys all again on Friday for date night. And for those of you that are out there that have not experienced a date night, you want to pop in for a date night. That's going to be good fun. This will be our first multi-platform date night. So you guys are in for some surprises. And between now and Friday, you know how it works, right? Good night, my sweet Wavy. Please, hugs to the family. And thank you so much for being here, my friend. Thank you. Really. Big mahalo. Dave, thank you for getting in there and getting all that modding done. Thank you guys for not fighting too much in the channel. I appreciate it. In the meantime, the paints, the brushes, the minis. We're going to go raid Mike Disney. I'll see you guys on Friday. Get your fucking paint on. Dave, take care of yourself. You know, our conversation earlier. Be careful out there, mate. It's a crazy world. All right, are we going?
Yep.
We're going?
Give him the last wave.
I did.
Camera.
And I also